Oh, we can smell what he's cooking. Yes, we can also see him. Because welcome to 8 times in a lifetimes, our new series where we are going through the full Rock versus John Cena absolute cluster F that took place in WWE from 2011 kind of through to... When did he set his name on fire and beat Erick Rowan?
2016, was it?
Sure. WrestleMania 32. That's right. It's a brand new series here on Wrestle Talk and on our Patreon at patreon.com/WrestleTalk, where every month we will have an episode here. This episode is the first episode, and it's WrestleMania 27.
Oh, yeah.
The in a lifetime.
Yeah, this is the prologue to Once in a Lifetime, which was then the setup for Twice in a Lifetime.
Yes.
So we have got 8 episodes that we're going to be looking at here across the next 4 months here on Wrestle Talk and over on our Patreon page. This episode is looking at WrestleMania 27. If you head on over to patreon.com/WrestleTalk, you will get to the next episode of this series, which is Survivor Series 2011, where The Rock and Cena team up to take on the formidable Awesome Truth.
Where the most actual over thing on that episode is Zack Ryder.
Well, tell that to WWE, who won't push him.
And then episode 3 will be WrestleMania 28.
That's right. So that'll be out next month, and that's the first. That's the once in a lifetime match of Rock and Cena. And on Patreon, we're going to do Raw 1000, which features the CM Punk heel turn on The Rock, which will then lead us into the next episode here on Wrestle Talk, which will be Royal Rumble 2013.
Yes.
And then on Patreon, it will be Elimination Chamber 2013.
Sorry, a Royal Rumble 2013, that's when Punk faces The Rock.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh, sorry.
That's both of the Punk Rock matches where Rock wins the title at Royal Rumble, then retains it against Punk, and Cena wins the Royal Rumble, which then takes us to the final episode here on Wrestle Talk, which will be Twice in a Lifetime, WrestleMania 29, Rock and John Cena.
Yes, the other half of this whole show, yes.
And then, as a little fun addendum for Patreon, we're going to look at, and I cannot believe I'm going to have to rewatch this show, WrestleMania 32.
Yeah, we've got to start watching it now to be done so we can record it in 4 months' time.
Which is The Rock's second return, where we're like, oh, I think The Rock's just going to be a regular character again. And he shows up, sets fire to his own name, has another match with Erick Rowan. Do you remember? We was like, Rock's going to have a match with Bray Wyatt on WrestleMania. No, he just pins Erick Rowan in 3 seconds.
Yeah. So that's what you've got to look forward to in this 8-episode series. Please go over to patreon.com/WrestleTalk right now. Become a pledge hammer there. There's loads of other series. We've already done the breakup of the Shield arc. That's a 7-episode series. And the best thing ever, which is Samoa Joe versus Kurt Angle's rivalry from TNA in 2006 to 2008. All of those are 2 complete series that you can go and watch right now, which I think cumulatively are about 45 hours long.
Because who would have thought that in TNA's greatest rivalry between BG James and Kip James, it was a 2-year story to tell? Because we keep saying it's Kurt Angle versus Samoa Joe, but we also do chronicle BG James versus Kip James, the breakup of the New Age Outlaws.
The Samoa Joe Kurt Angle series we did was always a Trojan horse to smuggle in the Voodoo Kin Mafia. Levesque!
Michael Hickenbottom! I'm going to go to the Alamo.
So yes, please go to patreon.com/WrestleTalk to support us there, to keep making videos where we just watch bad wrestling. Well, we on purposely chose this, not just because it's Rock Cena. We're currently recording this in the road to WrestleMania 41, where Cena's doing his retirement year, and, you know, The Rock might turn up and squash someone in 90 seconds, like he did with Rowan.
What if he shows up and sets fire to his own name again?
How do you top it? Because he can't just do it again.
Yes, he can, because you do Rocky. He just did Rock last time. You had that little Y on the end. That's extra fire. That's Netflix
No, there's
money
gotta
right
be
there.
there's got to be a better way.
All right, The Rock.
I think we should get the return of the Cube.
Yeah, there's a massive cube above the ring here at WrestleMania 27.
So one of my favorite things about WrestleMania 27 is the Cube, which is the sort of 2001 monolith that judges all of the contests in the ring. And some wrestlers it gives favor to. It descends. Like, there's a bit when Edge gets in the ring for his opening match.
Yeah.
And you know the way he slides in the ring? He stops, he looks up because there's cube.
I did
It's
think,
like
I was like, that's going to raise up, right? Because that's going to be in the way, like the barbed wire Christmas tree in TNA.
I can't figure out the rationale behind how low the cube goes. I tried to track it, like for Randy Orton, it's right behind him.
Yeah,
the
massive.
cube favors Randy Orton.
Which is why he wins.
But for CM Punk, I'm like, is it even there?
Well, it's there for the stars, obviously,
Yes.
not for the new Nexus,
No.
who are barred from ringside.
So I am equally horrified and really excited, which I think is the perfect mix for this show to get into WrestleMania 27. By the way, I'm Ollie Davis. I'm joined by Luco and DAD.
This is a dreadful show. This is an awful WrestleMania.
You know what, though? Because I went in with such low expectations, I did really, really enjoy Punk versus Orton.
Me too.
And, of course, Triple H Undertaker 1/2.
So that is my new hot take from this show, is that my belief, so I remember very vividly watching this show. I know exactly where I was when I was watching the show, where I'm at as a fan.
Please describe that.
I was living in Reading. I'd moved out of my parents' house, and I was living in a house share with two other guys who were super duper messy, and I sort of felt like their mum, just constantly cleaning up after them. One of them stole from me and sold some of my stuff.
What stuff?
Some of my old retro consoles. He sort of sold them behind my back.
Oh.
And another one, when I moved into this place, the letting agency said, you need to have a joint bank account to rent this place. They won't take, the landlords won't take money from you individually. They want to take it from one central pot. So you need to open up a joint bank account. So I had to open up a joint bank account with one of the guys that was living there. Then I moved out, but the other guy that was there wouldn't take on the ownership of that joint bank account. So I just had to sort of keep hold of it. Genuinely forgot, because I'd not lived there for 10 years, the guy that I had opened it with declared himself bankrupt, which then negatively affected me because
it tanked your credit score.
It tanked my credit score, which then affected me buying my second home. Not like I don't. Sorry,
Look at this money bags over here.
Sorry, I don't.
I can only afford 2 homes.
I don't have 2 homes. When I moved house and I was buying my second house after my first house, and I was selling my first house.
But you only ever had
I've
one.
only
property.
ever owned one house at a time.
This poor guy. You drove him bankrupt. He's trying to sell consoles to make ends meet.
That was the other guy.
All right. Okay. Yeah. If you haven't watched this show before, this is the fastest it's become litigious to people we used to hang out with.
So, I watched this show on my own. Broad strokes of it is, I watched this show on my own. Sat in the living room, early hours of the morning, on my own, bored out of my mind, because this is not a good show.
And it's long.
It's 4 hours long, which actually in the grand scheme of WrestleManias isn't all that long.
In the terms of modern WrestleManias, yeah, it's a breeze.
Mm-hmm.
But, I remember this being like, this is going ages.
Yeah.
Because they were 3 hours, 3 hours 15 before then.
Yeah, I should also say, this has stuff cut out of it. So we're watching this on Netflix, which I think is just the network version of the show, which was a DVD version of the show. But I know there are bits cut out of this, some backstage stuff that was cut out of the show. I don't know why it's cut out of the show. And annoyingly, I was kind of hoping we could talk about it because it's one of the worst segments of WrestleMania history. And I can't find, no one's got a good rip of it anywhere. The only version I can find is someone recording their TV screen on a bad camera phone from like 12 years ago.
What's the segment?
It is a backstage segment with Snoop Dogg and Teddy Long auditioning the other wrestlers to do rap songs for Snoop Dogg.
Is it inappropriate?
I don't think it's inappropriate. It's just bad. Like, it's Yoshi Tatsu and Chris Masters doing We Will Rock You, and Chris Masters bouncing his tits while Yoshi Tatsu sings We Will Rock You. But the punchline of it is that Hornswoggle raps.
And he's good?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, the punchline is he can talk, because previously he's like,
oh, okay, so it's the Kevin Smith, Silent Bob payoff joke.
Yeah.
And
that is what they were saying in the creative meeting for it as well. It's like, have you ever seen Clerks?
But that's a pretty standard thing for silent or non-verbal characters.
Yeah.
The thing is, then you reveal they're actually really eloquent and they talk.
Exactly. Yeah. So that is not.
Why does that get edited off? Because they don't want it out there that Hornswoggle can talk.
I think it was probably an advertising slot. And the advertisement was for like maybe just pay-per-view, not for like DVD or whatever it is.
It was some new business venture Snoop Dogg was trying to rustle up.
Maybe. I don't know. All I know is it's not on here. So stuff is cut out of this. So anyway, I'm watching this on my own. I'm there and I'm bored. And this is only the second time I've watched this show. I've never gone back to rewatch it, although I have now watched John Cena versus The Miz twice in 2 months because I watched it for worst match ever.
Better the third time?
No, actually, it does get worse every time you watch it. But my hot take of this show was Undertaker versus Triple H is the worst of the 3 matches they have at WrestleMania. So,
you mean least best?
Let me finish. It was the worst of the 3 matches. I always thought the WrestleMania X7 match was really, really good. Like, great, in fact, actually. I think it's an awesome match.
Really like it.
That's slightly ruined by WWE's production, revealing they were on a lovely, safe crash mat. It's kind of like the first Blood and Guts.
Yeah.
No one really remembers how good the match is. They just remember the lovely, safe crash mat that Chris Jericho landed on. So that's kind of marred that. And then the Hell in a Cell match that we get to review next month is awesome and easily the best of the 3. But I remember not liking the first match that they had. And so when I watched it here, and I said this to Tempest yesterday, I've changed my mind. I've completely changed my mind. That match is awesome. That match is really, really great. And I have been wrong about that match for 15 years.
I'm excited to get into that because I've got a lot of thoughts on that match as well. As it pertains to, actually, maybe this Triple H fella doesn't just have boring long matches at WrestleMania. He was doing Brock Lesnar before Paul Heyman came back.
Well, I would say that Triple H's best matches at WrestleMania are all against one other guy.
who probably can out-politic him.
Well,
so this is more of an Undertaker match, you reckon?
Yeah, well, maybe there's just a common denominator. Because like Triple H has got loads of WrestleMania matches, and not many of them are very good. I think the 3 Taker matches, the tag match with Ronda Rousey. It's another one. Oh, maybe the triple threat with Benoit and Michaels.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that's very good.
You'd say that.
Super kick, right? No, that's
a different match.
But do you think Triple H, cumulatively...
Oh, Danielson.
Oh, of course, yeah, the opener at WrestleMania 30. Do you think cumulatively Triple H has the most in-ring WrestleMania time out of anyone?
Yeah, because he always has the longest matches.
He's been around for so long, and it's the longest matches.
Yeah, and I would argue most of them stink. So when I'm looking at those matches, I'm like, okay, so you were in the ring with The Undertaker, Kurt Angle, Shawn Michaels, Chris Benoit, and Bryan Danielson. Maybe there's a reason why those are really good matches. Maybe. I don't know. So unlike our previous WrestleTalk Extra series, which is when we'll go through all of the Raws leading up to this and kind of detail week by week, we haven't done that for this. Mostly because they're no longer on Netflix. We don't have the WWE Network anymore, so we can't dive into it as much as possible. But I can still give you the Wrestling Observer notes and stuff. And I cannot wait to read this first bit for you. Because do you know who was also watching WrestleMania? Probably alone? Kurt Angle.
Aww. He was in TNA at this point.
He sure was. So this was
just a year and 3 months removed from TNA's big shot at WWE with their January 4th in 2010,
when
they went live head to head.
Yeah, and then we're 1 year removed from that, and also a 1 year removed from them retreating back to Thursday nights because the Monday Night War did not pan out for them. So this is from the Wrestling Observer. Kurt Angle was on Twitter during WrestleMania, or something like that. Here are his tweets.
Oh no.
So I'm just going to read you all of the tweets. To WWE wrestlers, don't use my finish. Get more creative. Orton, did I say that? I heard Orton had an awesome match, though. You're welcome. I guess Swagger will use my ankle lock as well. Very creative. I'm the best in the world. You guys will never be Kurt Angle. Can I get an amen? Kurt Angle will never die. TNA, WWE, I'm a leader. Why would WWE use my finishes?
Wait. What? Where did the tweet stop?
Do you want me to? I think it's funny to just read it all.
Okay, just keep going. Keep going.
Why would WWE use my finishes? Is it because I won't go back? R. Orton, Angle Slam, M. Cole, Ankle Lot, they have some nerve. Jerry Lawler did it too, because he is a legend. WWE really stuck it to me. No love lost. I'm glad that I helped your biggest event of the year. And then he woke up the next morning and went back at it with an about face. To anyone I upset, I'm sorry. I didn't watch WrestleMania last night. I did get a lot of tweets about the show, about Orton, Swagger, etc. Who cares? I think the whole thing is hilarious, spelt wrong. How I upset you all amazes me. I don't read dirt sheets, but I heard they are upset. They're dirt sheets. I hope that WrestleMania was entertaining to all of you, especially The Rock. Oh, and Orton, relax. I won't beat your ass. You can use my move. Randy Orton's credits, I heard he had the best match of the night. Good for you. By the way, I never used Shamrock's finish while he still wrestled. There's a big difference to using a finisher somebody did before you and is doing it while you still wrestle. The fact is, I don't care. Sorry, everyone. Lastly, I just found out someone hacked my Twitter account. Most of these tweets weren't from me. I just found out today. I will find out. Who would do this? I don't know why someone would pretend to be me. I apologize for the remarks. I'm not a Twitter guy, so I rarely use it. On a side note, Randy and I discussed the Angle Slam. I'm happy Orton used my finish. As he put it, imitation is a serious form of flattery.
So what's his point?
I don't know.
He didn't make those tweets, but he stands by
them, yeah.
A lot of the criticism, but also wish everyone well over there.
Yeah.
And the dirt sheets suck.
Yeah, the dirt sheets suck. I don't read them, but I hear they're upset.
Isn't there a part in that where he somewhat admits to working the fans?
Well, yeah, so apparently there were people, because he was calling out Michael Cole, Jack Swagger, and Jerry Lawler for using the ankle lock. And so I would imagine some people were like, well, Ken Shamrock did the ankle lock before you did. And he was like, yeah, but he wasn't wrestling when I did it. Though he sort of was. He was, NWA champion.
In TNA. Oh dear.
So anyway, it should be mentioned while all this was going on, Orton got mad and tweeted about how Swagger was using the ankle lock out of respect for Ken Shamrock and how Ankle used Shamrock's ankle lock. Then Ankle said as proof he was hacked. He went to bed at 9 p.m. on Sunday night, which would have been before Orton's match. Mr. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings CM Punk then responded, my Twitter account was hacked is the new I'm a sloppy drunk douche.
I feel like I remember this at the time now you're bringing it up. Because Kurt would occasionally do that. And, this was... wrestler behavior on Twitter right now is a lot more... Measured.
Yeah.
But this probably was the golden era where it was... There was a lot of wrestlers who you suddenly had direct access to their 24-hour thought process.
Yeah, I would say this is an era of wrestlers where they don't have PR teams running their Twitter accounts. This is just wrestlers with phones and access to get their thoughts out to lots of people in real time.
Wrestlers with phones. Terrifying.
Which ends up in situations like this where you have this long tweet thing and then you end up with, my phone was hacked last night, and people put out all of these thoughts in the exact same cadence and style that I would put them out in.
Yeah, well, I guess this is you've seen the big demo quote.
Of course.
Some wrestlers are stupid. I don't know what to tell you.
I wanted to start with that because I then wanted to ask, where were you when this was on?
Well, I think this is, like we a lot of us, of our generation, we all have similar stories in that we got into wrestling in the Attitude Era as teenage boys.
Yeah.
And then most of us fell off because it got lame after the Attitude Era for a while. And then we sort of, the ones who do come back in that sort of 05, 06, mostly on the TNA side of things, because that's more in line with the Attitude Era stuff. ECW One Night Stand, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. The rise of Ring of Honor and things like that.
Yeah, so I feel like there is this shared journey that a lot of the Attitude Era teenage boy audience have all gone on, because we're roughly the same age, which means those life events of first job,
university,
first major breakup, university, kids, all that.
Your first protest.
My first protest. I think the last. that one was.
You got in the face of that police officer that was just trying to do his job.
Why are you bringing that up on the free feed? I went to a climate camp protest in 07.
Before it was cool.
Before it was cool. Before this Greta Thunberg stuff.
Just like you in progress.
Yeah. And it was when they debuted kettling. I don't know if you remember this crowd control tactic.
That's what your mate Dan's into.
where they just lock you down for ages. And the idea is that the crowd boil. That's a kettle, and they get annoyed, and then you can sort of go in and beat people up, which the police would do. And my father's a police officer, so I don't know why I did it. I was this really not nice, but he was letting me out of the kettle after like hours and hours and hours. He was letting me and a few other people, and I just screamed the C word in his face. No, don't applaud that. Don't applaud that. I'm not a rebel. I'm not. I feel bad about it.
He's a rebel without a C word.
I hope. I just hope he knows it wasn't at him as a person. It was at the
institution.
It was an institutional sort of cuss. And I hate that word. I never use that word.
It's so against you. You actually told me at the start of this year you're not going to swear this year.
Yeah, it lasted 2 days. But I'm doing well.
You are doing well.
Cut down a lot. But yeah, well, so yes, my nicer, larger point about how we're all on this shared journey, these Attitude Era teenage boys who have grown up. You said you were sort of, you'd moved into this house and you were sort of living alone and stuff. This was the point of time where I had... My university relationship had broken up. I ended up living back at home with my parents. So I'm watching this, I guess, the next day.
Okay.
First thing off a torrent or whatever. And I'm watching it there. But like this is, I would say like 2010, 2011. No, wait, so this is 2011.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've done my master's. I'm out of uni now. And relationships crumbled. I'm either still in the flat that my partner had moved out on at the time for a couple of weeks, or I'd moved back home while paying the lot of property rental disputes.
It's those shared experiences that the lapsed fans have.
My credit rating took a hit as well.
Oh man, it's disastrous, isn't it? It takes ages. Mine still is slowly creeping up, but it has taken work.
Yes. Well, it's 7 years those things affect you for.
Yeah.
It stays on there. But yeah, just sort of a wrestling fan journey. The Nexus was 2010s, the summer of 2010. And the TNA January 4th head-to-head with Raw was January 2010. I was worked over for a year by wrestling. By WWE, I was watching, I was keeping up to date, but I hated it. I was hate watching it. But then the Nexus happened, really into it. Okay, no, you cut off. Never believe in anything, Ollie. And then you've got that awful Wade Barrett, John Cena storyline that runs through the next couple of months. But I had TNA, and I was a believer. And I was telling people, it's going to be a new boom period. We're going to... I described TNA like some people describe their football teams, as us, as we. and it failed, and it was embarrassing. It shook my confidence in wrestling. Thankfully, I went to my first indie show in like September, October, and I started to watch Ring of Honor, I think on HD Net. I was like, oh, God. Well, this is
I can
this
latch
is for me.
onto this.
Yeah, and it wasn't until the pipe bomb in 2011 that really drew me back in. I was fully back. But this is peak me on the ropes of being a wrestling fan.
I would say, yeah.
And oh no, yeah, I know exactly where I was because I remember watching the Raws and The Rock coming back and cutting those promos.
That's what I was about to ask.
Let's go, Cena.
Cena sucks. Were you excited that The Rock had come back?
Enormously. And I was really latching on to that part because I wanted to like WWE. I wanted to be a mainstream wrestling fan still. I think all of us, we don't hate WWE. We want WWE to be good, but it sucked. But then The Rock came back and he was saying all the things that I felt about John Cena.
That's it, right? That's what I was there for as well, because I'm like you. I was not a Cena guy because I was in my 20s when Cena was, on top. And Cena was designed for children. He was designed for people, the generation that came into wrestling after the Attitude Era, which it's not my generation. It's not my generation. Because we don't give an F, here are like the Attitude Era audience. So I just didn't like John Cena. Didn't like his matches, didn't like his characters, didn't like his selling, didn't like his merchandise, didn't like the way he dressed. It was this big goofball guy. And I still think he is this big goofball guy. He's not my guy. And then The Rock comes back and he says, I don't like his merchandise. I don't like the way he sells. I don't like his matches. And I think his fans are stupid. And I'm like, yes, Rock, you're right. Yeah. And I think now looking back on it, now having rewatched a lot of those Rock segments, I don't think they hold up. And actually, I think Cena is the better of the two in those segments. Well, that's it. That's the famous one, the one where The Rock, like Cena points out, you've got your notes written on your hand. I don't need that. I'm too heavily scripted to have notes on my hands. Which I remember people thinking was a shoot. And like The Rock was legit annoyed. I'm like, The Rock looked at his hand. He literally made a point of looking at his hand to say, yeah, that's what I've done.
I thought that part was a shoot, though.
I don't think it was. I never thought it was a shoot.
I thought in years afterwards there was friction between them there. It was like Cena had blamed The Rock for leaving WWE.
Yeah,
which is probably Vince McMahon and Triple H telling John Cena to say that, and Cena agreeing because he's a big company guy. Yeah. I'll say whatever you want me to.
He would never leave WWE to make movies, would he?
Yes, that's the great irony of the following 15 years.
But I do think, looking back on it now, I think Cena is the better of the two in a lot of these like interactions and the promos and stuff. I think The Rock he huffs too much of his own farts throughout this period of time, and I think this is how you can.
Can you smell what The Rock is?
Oh, I know and it's in his promos. Farting? I think you can pinpoint this as the moment where The Rock, I think, sort of loses touch with what wrestling, believing too much in himself as this big wrestling entity.
Yes.
And the fans' interest in that then starting to decrease down, which ends up leading to the final boss character we got last year, when the fans all collectively decided, no, actually, I think I'm sick of you coming back once every couple of years and making yourself the main character.
Yeah.
Because we've got these new characters that we really like. Here in 2011, it works because we didn't like a lot of the main characters, particularly like fans of our age. So we can latch onto the road and be like, yes, finally.
And it's someone from our from our teenage years.
And that's why The Rock is here, is to try and appeal to us as lapsed fans. Because one of the other things to note is that the WrestleMania prior to this, WrestleMania 26, did not do a great pay-per-view buy rate number. It did about 850,000 buys, which seems massive. But for WrestleMania, for Vince McMahon's WrestleMania, that's too low. So he said, this WrestleMania has to do over 1 million buys or it's not considered a success. And part of doing that is bringing The Rock back. Did you know who was potentially rumored to be the host, like leading into the Rock's reveal?
So this was an incorrect rumor?
Yes, an incorrect rumor. I can't find where the source of it is, but I do remember being on the message boards a lot that this is what it's going to be. Justin Bieber. To the point where, when they are announcing it in that moment, the crowd are booing because they're awaiting it to be announced as Justin Bieber.
Way.
And then The Rock comes in and I was like, explodes because oh, it's The Rock. The Rock is back.
Mhm.
And The Rock then cuts that promo where he says, I am back and I'm never going away ever again.
Mm-hmm. Heard that quite a lot from wrestlers that I really like.
Yeah. And then he doesn't show up for a while. there's a lot of things live via satellite and you know, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and you can. I remember the momentum of it going, but again, I was trying to cope, so I was like, oh yeah, no, it's cool. Like, but looking at it back, and I was grasping at straws to latch onto The Rock, and really looking at back now, something you said, which is that The Rock here is doing an impression of The Rock that I feel, and he isn't Rock the character from the Attitude Era. He is, hi, I'm Dwayne Johnson, and I'm super charismatic. Also, here's some Rock catchphrases. Yeah. And it never... Simon Longdon always used to describe WWE Raw as not actually a show. It's like the Muppet Show. It's a meta show. It's a show about the show being made. Yeah. Because you've got like authority figures trying to write the show on
making matches.
Yeah, making matches. And he's like, this isn't normal. Yeah. But it works. I feel like The Rock is he's got a costume on here. I am Dwayne Johnson, the movie star, because he was Dwayne Johnson for the last decade in Hollywood terms. Everyone called him The Rock, of course. But here he's putting on like a thin veneer of rockism to appeal to this for now. But I think quite transparently, he does love wrestling, but this is a way to go back to a safe base for him where he's going to be well received, to jumpstart a film career that at this point wasn't taking off.
That's right. I was going to talk about that. Is the idea that The Rock was not the Hollywood Rock that we kept like after the Fast and Furious, because like Fast 5 is his big one,
that's
right?
the big. That's Luke Hobbs' debut,
and that's just after this. That's just after this WrestleMania. So this version of The Rock is not Hollywood megastar Rock. This is Tooth Fairy Rock. This is the guy who is in movies, but not really a huge player within Hollywood. In a few years' time, though, he will become like one of the biggest stars in Hollywood.
A really good way to describe where The Rock is, if you're not familiar at this point, is G.I. Joe was a movie that was led by Channing Tatum, right? The sequel, Channing Tatum didn't want to do because it became too big a star with Magic Mike and whatnot. I think that's the way around this goes. And The Rock steps in as the lead role, and it's G.I. Joe Retaliation. Yeah. Which sort of, you know, I went to see that at the cinema. I don't know why. I had a lot of spare time on my hands. And that's the Rock doing his thing, but it screams direct to DVD sequel of an action film with not even the main star of the first film in. And he's the ringer.
I think the other thing about this WrestleMania, and The Rock is tying in with this, is that this is a company that cannot build stars.
Yeah.
And like the lack of depth on this roster is really evident here. But Tempest and I were recording a video yesterday talking about the 2012 Rumbles. That's the next Royal Rumble that comes up. 4 people in that Rumble are joke entries because it's all 3 announcers and Ricardo Rodriguez. And that is one of the worst Rumbles because it is just nobodies. It's just a bunch of lads just getting into matches. And looking at this WrestleMania here, the biggest stars on this WrestleMania, John Cena, The Rock, Triple H, and Undertaker. And in 2 weeks' time, only one of those guys is still going to be around. Everyone else on this show does not feel like a star that you can latch onto. I'd argue even Randy Orton.
Yeah.
And one of the things I think we're going to see across this trilogy of WrestleManias we get to review is how dirty they do Randy Orton across these 3 Manias. Like, this Punk match is probably... This is the highest he's going to be on any of the WrestleManias we're going to review for this series.
Because he, at the time, was really starting to catch fire as a babyface. The RKO out of nowhere meme was taking off everywhere. I think, yeah, that's when this was.
Yeah, and
I was never into him. No, full transparency.
This is bland babyface Orton, but the RKO is over.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, and with the. This is also the start of the part-timer era.
That's exactly it, yeah.
Because we can say, Rock, Hunter, Undertaker weren't around after this very often at all. Undertaker had been doing that for a couple of years. He'd have like seasons, and he'd always take a bit of a break after Mania. Triple H would come and go, but he was more of a consistent presence on TV. But it's The Rock as this guy who actually just comes in, does a couple of dates, leaves, and you don't see him for ages. And that's what starts Brock Lesnar a couple of years afterwards. Then Undertaker, Triple H, they go down to those sorts of schedules.
It's what Punk talks about in that podcast interview, that famous podcast interview, where he kept saying, it's like, okay, I'll put over Brock, but who's there the next night on Raw? Sure, I'll put over Undertaker at WrestleMania, but who's there on Raw the next night? Because it's not Undertaker, it's me. I've got to be here for the rest of the year, carrying this company with everyone else, while these part-timers then just come in, beat us all, and then go. And it creates it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It means that no one on your roster that's there for a year doesn't feel like a star, because people just come in, beat them, and then go again, and you're left with the people that just got beat.
I think it's a very superficial business lesson that Vince took.
Yeah.
That The Rock, he wants to bounce WrestleMania back after 2010. He brings in The Rock to host. It does really well. The following 2 years WrestleManias do even better with The Rock wrestling, and he goes, that's the answer.
That's the formula.
But actually, it's a short-term fix because you need to use that interest and that success to get over the next generation of wrestlers, which from like 08, maybe even 07, all the way through to, 2022.
Exactly.
It's so limited of who they get over. And the ones they do get behind, they do it in the wrong way.
Danielson being the best example of that is an audience telling you this is the guy we want you to push, them not wanting to push that guy, so not really pushing him. We're going to see it with Zack Ryder. Like, that's one of the things we're going to see a little bit across this series, but not really, because he's never on any of the shows. But Zack Ryder being actively punished for getting himself over on Twitter, because this is early Twitter days of like Twitter becoming this kind of big social media platform.
I believe it wasn't even algorithmically arranged. I think you just followed people. You had a timeline, and you saw everyone's posts chronologically.
Well, that only changed when Musk bought it.
No, there was already the platform was deciding which ones you'd see.
The way that it worked. So I used to be on Twitter quite a lot, because that was it ended up being like my social media home for many years, was that you had your following tab and your For You tab, which is the algorithm decided, here are some accounts that you can follow, and they're not in order. But the For You tab, you would just set, and it is just all the people you followed and in the timeline that they post them in. When Musk bought it, he defaulted it to the For You tab, and then the following tab became kind of a nothing thing. And that's when it just becomes, this is an algorithm-led website now. But for years, it was just, you just followed people and you just saw it in order that they were posting.
Well, definitely Facebook was one that made a much earlier switch to algorithmically driven.
Some other notes here from The Observer. When Sting was asked if he turned down a match with The Undertaker and a Hall of Fame spot, he told the Daily Star in the UK, I wouldn't say it was utter nonsense, but that's not true. It's a dream match that fans would want to see. It was close. I'm glad things turned out the way they did. There are so many variables. Let's just say that I turned it down for the same reasons I always have. Something in me never trust what would happen up there, based entirely on the track record with other WCW guys and everything that went on after Vince bought WCW. I won't be watching it, but I'll be asking what happened between Undertaker and Triple H. It's amazing to read that Sting quote, because eventually he does do a WrestleMania match, and it is exactly what he feared it would be. Which it becomes, we have to beat you because we have to show that WWE was better than WCW.
And it wasn't even against The Undertaker.
No, it's against Triple H. He
got a much better send-off in AEW, though.
He did.
Like, probably the most perfect overall wrestling retirement ever.
Now, I'm sure you're going to want some TNA news, right?
Yes. Can I try and put my mind... So this is March, April 2011. Are we in Aces and Eights yet? Is this Aces and Eights?
No. I mean, okay, I'll tell you exactly where we are. We are on
X Division title. You can cash in.
We're at Victory Road 2011.
Of course, it's the Jeff Hardy push, and he has the match against Sting, inebriated, allegedly.
Yes, that's the period of TNA we're in. We're basically about to crown Mr. Anderson as the top guy.
The
in
best
TNA.
era.
Because Vince Russo is just like, he's
Anderson.
a perfect combination of Austin and Rock. I don't think he
Yes, yeah.
was.
I was an asshole.
You were.
Which was what Mr. Kennedy Anderson called his fans.
Anyway, this is from The Observer.
Kennedy!
In the not exactly worded how she wanted it to come out department, Dixie Carter's Facebook page had this entry over the weekend. TNA is cancelled in Australia on Fox 8. I'm deeply sorry that every other country still has it on TV.
Oh my god. So what, within the space of a week, Kurt Angle, TNA's, one of TNA's main stars, has that weird, I was hacked, but,
Yeah.
I agree. String of posts. And Dixie says that on social media.
Yeah.
TNA.
It's the greatest company.
TNA.
There was no major news coming out of the WrestleMania party. Nobody did anything stupid to get themselves in trouble. The only thing we were told is that it was the first time none of the celebrities on the show came to the party, including Snookie and Dwayne Johnson. None of the McMahon family came either. Kevin Nash, who actually is with the company, was there with Sean Waltman, who isn't. Lita was at the party, as was Awesome Kong. However, Matt Hardy and Reba Sky were turned away, according to one person at the party. They didn't acknowledge it, although Sky mentioned over the weekend in Georgia that she and Hardy had trouble with police and hotel security and couldn't wait to get back to North Carolina.
I am stunned that of all the TNA people posting things on social media, somehow Matt Hardy and Reba Hardy did not, considering that.
They just wait their time. They're biding their time. They're just like, we're going to wait everyone else to have their Twitter meltdowns. And then when everyone else, when everyone's got it out of their systems, then it'll be our time to shine.
Yeah. Kevin Nash was with the company then. Of course, he in August of this year, he makes interesting return to the company.
He does. He comes back at SummerSlam
as the main feud for CM Punk.
Yeah. Which has got one of the all-time great reveals in wrestling history. Do you remember the storyline? Which was that Kevin Nash got a text that told him he had to take out CM Punk. Mm-hmm. And then Triple H reveals that the person who sent that text was Kevin Nash.
That's TNA. Oh, are you sure that wasn't a Kevin Nash story? And it's a fun reveal, though, isn't it?
It's such a great reveal. No one saw it coming.
I forgot about the WrestleMania parties. This was always something you'd read about in the week after.
Yeah.
Or just it's like a sort of rap party for not just WrestleMania, but the season of WWE that builds up to it. I think that's famously where Cody Rhodes and Santino had the bodybuilding contest.
What?
I've told you this story. It's a really funny story. I think it's Cody. Yeah, it's Cody and Santino. And they jokingly, a couple of months out, challenged each other for a proper bodybuilding contest.
Yes, sorry, I do. Yeah.
And Cody was laughing about it. And Santino quietly got in insane shape. And then they do the sort of presentation at one of those WrestleMania parties. That's where the blow-off was. And Santino reveals himself. He's jacked. And Cody's like, oh my God, what a rib. I got super in shape.
And last little bit of news here, which is quite a big bit of news for WWE, but there was a meeting this past week at Titan Towers where the decision was finalized by Vince McMahon, although it had pretty much been expected for some time, that World Wrestling Entertainment is no more. The company, formerly known as World Wrestling Entertainment Inc., is now WWE Inc., and the initials no longer stand for anything. It's basically a continuation of trying to eliminate the words wrestling and wrestler from the vocabulary, thinking it's holding the company back. The process began more than a month ago, and PR people have told reporters over the past 2 weeks to write WWE in their stories as opposed to World Wrestling Entertainment. The word wrestling and wrestler had been banned from television for some time, and the company has been pushed even longer terms, wrestlers not to be used, in favor of superstars, divas, and sports entertainers.
In the WWE TNA partnership announcement, it's described as NXT Superstars and TNA Wrestling Stars.
It's weird, isn't it?
Still to this day, the
still
shadow of Vince is cast long.
Because remember, this was a controversial Hall of Fame because a lot of the Hall of
You're telling me. This lineup, Jesus.
Because a lot of them were using the word wrestler in their speeches and stuff. And so then the next year, the edict had to come down and was like, you can't say wrestlers or wrestler in your speech or use the word wrestling in your speech. You have to find other ways of doing it.
It really, I mean, it's really indicative of what a horrible, dark time it was for wrestling and us as wrestling fans. If you're just getting into wrestling more recently, there's a reason it was so cathartic at the end of 2024's WrestleMania when Cody wins and Michael Cole says, I love wrestling. Because that was a banned word.
Yep.
And yeah, we all called it wrestling. It was TNA wrestling. But WWE, Vince McMahon, and he's, whatever's going on in his sociopathic brain, always saw wrestling as beneath wrestling.
Yeah.
And like to look at the name of your company and go, well, maybe that's why we're not doing that great. Because the name of the thing we do and should respect and honor is in the name of the company.
And it's now looking at what Triple H did on the Raw Netflix debut, which is to kind of say, yes, that is what is holding us back, but approaching it from a different angle, which is to not say that wrestling is bad, is to say wrestling is a story. And that's what we do, as opposed to we're just like, no, wrestling is bad. We are sports entertainment. And that, that's not anything new. Vince was trying to do that in the 80s. Was like, we were never a wrestling company. We're a sports entertainment company.
Yeah. It's also quite fashionable at the time, because I think British Petroleum dropped British and Aerolium from their name. So it became BP.
Well, TNA were doing it as well, because TNA thought, that's what's holding us back. If WWE is starting to brand their people, we need to. That's why they're the Knockouts. It's because we don't. If you put a branding on something, that means that. I guess if you put a branding on something, then it makes you feel larger than life, I guess.
But that's true. That's wrestling promotion. You see it in the snooker and the darts. Like, snooker's pretty dry, but they give people characters, nicknames. It's the Jester from Leicester, Mark Selby. He's the most boring player on the circuit.
Is it an ironic name then?
No, they're he's so funny. So funny behind the scenes. But you do those. That does make sense. I think that is a good idea to brand things, but it's got to be good branding, hasn't it?
Because even back in the mid 2000s, it was WWE superstars, divas, and ECW extremists.
That's it. It's like branding isn't the problem here. Bad ideas are the problem here. It's just it's nonsense.
Yeah. Around this time, we would usually do what is the #1 movie at the UK box office. I guarantee you're not going to get it.
What's the exact date?
It's April 3rd, 2011. Good crikey, you're never going to get this.
Oh my God. So actually, when you asked me specifically where I was, I would be like 4 days removed from my birthday, from my 23rd birthday. Is that right? Oh, it was a bad year. I can't remember what I did that year. I was quite famed for having Ollie-thons because I was lonely. So I'd try and schedule like
wanks.
2 weeks worth of things around the wanks,
Yeah.
To do with friends. And I'd just say, hey, here's all the things I want to do. You can come to the things if you want to. So there'd be big drinks, which most people would come to, but then it would be like, and I'm not making this up, considering what we were speaking about off air, Rich, a Nosferatu screening at the Prince Charles with live pianist accompaniment. Only my mate Jack came with me to that.
That sounds quite cool.
It was cool, but that wasn't cool back then.
No, well, you were doing a lot of things before they were cool.
Thank you.
Just to give you a flavour of what the UK box office looks like.
It was the original
this time.
Nosferatu. Just to point that out. I know new Nosferatu's come out since then.
Yeah, you weren't watching
It's German expressionist.
You weren't watching Robert Eggers' Nosferatu 14 years before it was released.
No,
You're not that cool.
I wasn't watching the basic Nosferatu.
So here's a bit of an idea of where we're at.
Okay, in film terms.
In film terms, we've had number ones that have included Romeo and Juliet, which beat out True Grit, Yogi Bear, Just Go With It and Never Let Me Go.
True Grit, I watched that in a cinema where one half of the speakers weren't working. Oh, it's infuriating, because what a good... I could tell this is an excellent movie, and the experience was awful.
That was followed up with Paul.
The Seth Rogen,
Simon
Pegg, Nick Frost movie.
That beat out Big Mamas Like Father Like Son and Justin Bieber Never Say Never. Romeo and Juliet then returned to the top of the box office. That was then followed up with...
Probably with an Easter bank holiday.
This is end of Feb.
Oh right, you come far back.
I just want to give you kind of an idea of things. That was then beaten by Rango, and that was then beaten by Battle Los Angeles.
With Rihanna?
And
is that Rihanna?
No, that's Battleship.
Battle Los Angeles.
Yeah, Battle LA. Who's
it's a
in this one?
PWG event.
Aaron Eckhart, Michelle Rodriguez, and Michael Pena.
Oh, yeah, because Aaron Eckhart was a thing, wasn't he? For like 2 years.
And then that was followed up with Rango returning to the top of the box office. Then our last movie, which was the end of March, Limitless.
Oh, it's a fun film.
Which beat out A Turtle's Tale, Sammy Adventure, and The Eagle. Now, what is the number one movie at the UK box office that beat out Source Code and Sucker Punch? 2011's a bad year for films.
Well, Source Code is great.
No, I was like Sucker Punch, Hall Pass, I Am Number 4, Big Mama's House Like Father Like Son, Yogi Bear, The Mechanic. Oh, you're supposed to get Black Swan.
On Limitless. By the way, that made a big impression on me as someone who's obsessed with productivity, and I challenge anyone to not take the wrong lesson from that film, because it's so exciting. It's like Goodfellas. It's so exciting and cool that you can you're in the gangster world, or you can do all these things all of a sudden because you've got this pill that unlocks the potential of your brain. That actually it's a warning against all of those things.
Yeah.
But I know that, and I watch it and I'm like, oh, that is a cool pill.
If anything, it could have been the Fight Club for productivity people.
Yes. Yeah.
People taking completely the wrong lessons from things. It's now become it's a joke. It's in Brooklyn Nine-Nine when he drinks too much water and he's like, oh my god, I'm limitlessing.
Yeah. Turn it into a verb. Okay, so you said it's not it's probably quite a niche film.
It is an animated movie.
God, and Romeo and Juliet's pretty niche.
And I will give you the cast.
Go on then.
James Marsden, Russell Brand, Kaylee Cuoco, Hank Azaria, Gary Cole, Elizabeth Perkins, David Hasselhoff, Chelsea Handler.
Is it something to do with a bunny?
And Hugh Laurie.
Is it a bunny? Is it bunny orientated?
Potentially.
That's Peter Rabbit. No, because James Corden made a Peter. Is it another Peter Rabbit?
It's not Peter Rabbit.
But it is a rabbit-based.
It is rabbit-based. He
knows
it. He knows.
As soon as you said, what was the first name of the cast?
James Marsden.
Well, my brain went Sonic. As soon as you said Russell Brand, I was like, oh yeah, he was doing a lot of rubbish Hollywood movies around this time, and I remember this was a particularly sellout move. Rabbit, bunny. It's not Over the Hedge. No. All right, I don't know.
Hop.
Son of a bitch. I could have said Hop. I could have 100% have said Hop.
I was like, what do they do? What do they do? Hop, little bunnies. Hop, hop, hop. Yeah. That was then followed up by Rio. Talking about animated movies.
The bird one?
Yeah. And then that was followed up with Scream 4, which I still to this day remain is underrated.
Cool.
Let's look at what the feedback to this show was in The Observer. You want to talk about split opinions?
No, we're not going to listen to the song.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'll find out what the song is. Usually when I've gone to songs, if I don't ask you what the UK number one is, and it's not when you were working for 4 Music or when you were working at school.
I was working for 4 Music.
Okay, then. if you're not in those periods of times, you'd be like, I don't know, it's Rihanna.
Spoiler, it's going to be. I even answered Rihanna to the film one you just asked.
Question.
So 2011 April. I mean, I'm gonna chuck a couple of Calvin Harrises around. I'm gonna go a couple of Rihannas.
Nah,
Nicki Minaj.
No, you're off. You're off.
Avicii.
No, you're off.
Swedish House Mafia.
Nope. You're way off. You are barking up the wrong tree.
Got ya. Somebody I used to know.
No. You're barking up the wrong tree, man. It's not that style of music.
Well, I just did dance and indie.
Yeah.
It's a rap?
No.
It's a country.
No.
It's a pop.
Yes.
It's a techno.
No.
Can you just give me the?
I would say
genre?
it is. I think it would be classified as pop, but it is like, I don't know how you describe it. Ballad, I guess.
Take that.
No.
In April.
Fun fact: they've actually had the #1 spot since January 16th, and would hold on to it until April 17th, but with 3 different songs.
JLS?
No, not a boy band.
It's a girl group?
No.
It's a girl singer.
Yes.
Cheryl Cole.
No.
Cheryl Tweedy.
No. No. Bigger.
Bigger than Cheryl.
Rihanna.
Rihanna.
It's not Rihanna.
You might have to tell me. I'm sorry.
I think you can get there. Think of who is probably
Ellie Goulding.
who is the biggest British
Adele.
Adele.
Ballad.
Yeah, but what's the song?
Not the one.
What's the song? What? Come on, can you get that?
The sad one. Someone Like You.
It is Someone Like
Holy
You
hell.
by Rihanna.
It's only
by Adele.
So for Music Story, that I don't believe it was released initially as a single, but she did a performance at the Brit Awards, and it's a very good performance, and everyone was like, my God, that's a historic moment in music history. And there was no music video for it.
Oh, right.
Because it was just a song off the album, or she hadn't yet made a music video for it, but it was enormously popular everywhere. So we at 4Music, because we're a music video company, had to get the rights for the Brit Award performance,
No way.
and we put that up.
No way.
So it wasn't a music video;
Yeah.
it was just a
live
live
performance.
performance
Yeah.
of it. Yeah.
So originally, she knocked herself off the top with "Rolling in the Deep,"
Rolling in the deep.
which had previously knocked off "Make You Feel My Love."
I don't care for it.
There's-
Can't deny the greatness of Someone Like You, but not
Speaking
my kind of music.
Speaking of like Twitter, early Twitter days, I remember there was a tweet that I saw. I feel like it might have been around this sort of time, or maybe like a few years later, that just said, "What does someone do at an Adele concert?" Because I'm a metal guy. I know what I do when I go to live gigs. I mosh. I get there and I go and I get into the pit and I mosh, or I stand there and I throw the horns up and I bounce my head and I headbang along. What does one do at an Adele concert? Because you're not going to sing along. Because you can't
beat her. Yeah,
you can't beat her, and also like the whole point is to try
but
and
you
like
can't beat a good metal vocalist.
no, but you're not trying to, like, you're just like screaming along with them.
Yeah.
But like and you're just like enjoying like the raw like atmosphere and stuff, while you're punching your mate in the face. But what does one do at an Adele concert?
I imagine something pretty similar.
And my
Out of
sister-in-law,
boredom.
then went to an Adele concert. I was like, you can tell me, what does one do? She was like, you cry. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
She was like, yeah, you sit there, you watch, and you cry.
Yeah.
And it's just everyone around you is just sitting there, watching, crying, and then applauding.
My favorite Adele memory, though, is in the pandemic, I watched a lot of daytime TV, and The Institution in the UK is This Morning, and I watched a lot of This Morning, and one day Adele had some form of weight loss thing, and they had an interview with 3 Adele impersonators who were genuinely angry.
This is my career.
That they were like, we're gonna have to, honestly, like, we're gonna have to go to Turkey and get gastric bypass surgery. Like, did she not think?
How could she?
She looks really good.
Yeah. My Adele story is when Chasing Pavements came out, I was working night shifts at Waitrose, and one of the older ladies that was also doing the night shift just walked up to me and she's like, you're young. Because I was, I was like 20, 22 or whatever it was. I said, yeah. She goes, is this song about heroin?
Oh, what is it about?
And I was like, I don't think so.
You'd be, love, it's an Adele song.
Well, this is the first Adele song. We didn't really know what Adele songs sound like. I was like, I don't think so. She's like, it just sounds like it's, I don't know what chasing pavements mean. I wondered if it was like a young person's term for doing heroin.
I think that says more about her.
It's like, should I give up? Or should I just keep chasing pavements?
It's not a dragon, but a pavement.
Kids are boring now. It's in fantasy. Looking at the ground. It's like walking on the sidewalk.
It was initially written at 6 a.m. following an argument with her then boyfriend at a London West End club, which led to her storming out and running down Oxford Street. He didn't chase after me, said Adele, so I was running, just looking at these big wide pavements stretching in front of me.
Pavements for our American viewers.
Sidewalks.
Sidewalk.
It's a chasing
Sidewalks.
So yeah, more crying stuff, I guess.
Anyway, the feedback to WrestleMania 27, getting ourselves back on track. You want to talk about mixed results? Thumbs up, 35%.
What are they thinking?
In the thumbs down, 33%. In the middle, 31%.
I have what? I guess this is a pre-AEW world where like quality barometers were a little bit lower.
Whoa. There is one good match in this 8, so in the middle.
33% thought this was an acceptable WrestleMania.
35% thought this was a good WrestleMania.
And 33 did 30, good outweighed bad.
Yeah. So it's a thumbs up, 35%. Thumbs down, 33%. In the middle, 31%.
I mean, I think it's atrocious.
You want to have a guess what the best match was?
Well, yeah, it'll be Taker Triple H.
It is, yeah.
Do
you want to have a guess what the worst match was?
Oh, man. I mean, it could be... It's either Cole Lawler or Miz Cena, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is it Cole's... Is it Cena Miz just because of the placement of the main event?
It's the trios match.
The 90-second trios match.
Yeah. Voted the worst match of the night by the readers of the Wrestling Observer.
I think that's unfair.
Me too.
On Trish.
Me too.
And Snookie.
Yeah.
Actually, that's one of the most standout WrestleMania moments from this show.
It's because people hated Snookie. This is a very anti-Jersey Shore era that we're in at the moment.
Not for this guy.
Oh, no. You scream Jersey Shore
Love
watcher.
Jersey Shore. And I've got some clips to play later. My all-time favourite Jersey Shore is the situation ordering pizza. Do you know Mikey the Situation?
I know the name The Situation.
That's his name. His name is The Situation.
Here is my Jersey Shore knowledge. I thought we would save this when we get to the Jersey Shore match, but here is my Jersey Shore knowledge. Snookie, because I've done a bit of a thing I had a bit of a crush on Snookie.
Oh, did you?
And JWoww,
Yep.
because she was on TNA.
Yep, because...
And Robbie E and Cookie were parodies of the Jersey Shore. That is my Jersey... Oh, and The Situation is as a name.
Mm-hmm.
That is my Jersey Shore knowledge, and that they then parodied it, or did a British version of it with Geordie Shore, and my friend who worked on the show said they are like that off screen, and would often wee in the back of taxis because they couldn't hold it in.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's it's watchable. So you don't. If I were to say GTL, you wouldn't know.
Oh, it's Jim Tan. What would L be? It's not going to be love. It's not going to be life. It's going to be an activity.
I'm not going to tell you until we get to the match.
Oh! Jim Tan.
This was the situation's mantra to live by. Jim Tan. It's quite superficial, the situation.
No. Yeah, it's not going to be lounge.
There's some other humorous phrases they have, but it's quite unfair to repeat them in 2025.
It's not dated well. No. Dave Meltzer would say of the show, a classic match with Undertaker versus Triple H saved what was otherwise a lackluster WrestleMania. The two, put on 6th in an 8-match broadcast, went nearly 4 hours, stole the show with a dramatic match based on kicking out of one finisher after another until Triple H tapped out to the longest gogoplata in the history of the world at 29 minutes and 22 seconds. That's the length of the match, not the submission. Though it sometimes feels it. The match told a story of Undertaker taking unheard amounts of punishment, including kicking out of 3 pedigrees and a tombstone piledriver, as well as a spot where Triple H delivered 10 chair shots to the back and 1 hard chair shot to the head. Undertaker did get his hands up at the last second to partially deflect the shot, but it was overall a brutal home run swing. 2 days later, after many questions had been asked, given it was clearly in violation of written company policy against folding metal chairs to the head, both wrestlers were announced by the company as being fined for an undisclosed amount for the policy violation. Of course, given that the number is undisclosed and who the 2 guys are that were fined, that doesn't answer the question whether the fine was significant or not. But even if it wasn't a significant fine, you can argue this will likely be a deterrent to others who are not on the same level on the food chain. But those guys hadn't done at least the kind of chair shot to the head since the policy was put into writing. The finish played on the Shawn Michaels match when Michaels at the end refused to quit and Undertaker implored him for his own good to stay down. This time it was Triple H telling Undertaker to stay down, but like Michaels, he wouldn't. But unlike Michaels, even beaten down and closer to losing the streak than ever, he pulled out the late submission. The match was dramatic as hell, and one of the best matches in WrestleMania history. Both came out of the match hurting. Undertaker was hurting badly after the match, although his doing the stretcher job was just selling. Triple H was described as looking like a guy getting out of a car wreck when he got up backstage, where all the wrestlers were standing by watching it in its entirety. Although when he came out on television the next day, aside from the small band-aid covering a small cut or two on the bridge of his nose, he walked fine, talked like it was a war, but he did not do the physical walking gingerly sell of a brutal match that others have done the next day. Ironically, the most serious injury on the show, a concussion, was suffered by The Miz.
That is it's a really uncomfortable. I mean, all concussions are uncomfortable, but it's quite a particularally nasty one.
Yeah, it's bad. It's like they have that close-up shot where he goes, ugh. Yeah. And you can just see he's gone.
Yeah, and it's such a bad concussion. John Cena doesn't move either. What a stupid... Oh, God, we're going to get into that ending.
Meltzer continues, nobody could follow them. The one kind of ironic thing to me about the match is that if 2 guys on a Ring of Honor show did the exact same match, sold the same way, all of the same moves, and got the crowd going in the same way, and Triple H was watching it, most likely he'd say they don't know how to work and are prostituting your finish over and over for a pop, and it doesn't constitute a good match, no matter how much spot junkies react to it. Well, probably not in those words, but I've seen veterans dismiss similar matches that the crowd went crazy for based on that mentality. Isn't it amazing this was written in 2011, and we're here in 2025, and this is still the same argument?
Well, but I think it holds a lot less water because really WWE do a style much closer to this now.
Yeah,
and it really doesn't feel like a Triple H WrestleMania match because it is big move, kick out, big move, kick out.
Yeah. Probably why it's exciting. Decisions on the match order were constantly changing, but the final decision was made to go with The Miz versus John Cena last, largely because the biggest draw on the show was The Rock, and the real main event was having him have it out with Cena, particularly because everyone was waiting to see The Rock, partially because following Undertaker vs. Triple H was difficult, partially because of the live crowd, partially due to the live crowd, it was a heel versus heel match, and Cena versus Miz was flat. And even if you took all of that out, the two were off and had a bad match, although with Cena in a different setting, a bad match would have got enough reaction to feel like a good match. There were plenty of other issues on the show. Never have championships meant less in the history of WrestleMania. Only 2 of the company's 6 titles. There are only 6 titles at this point.
Yeah. Well, that is a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. Only 2 of the company's 6 titles were on the show, and one, the world title, was in the opening match spot. The scheduled Sheamus vs. Daniel Bryan US title match was changed to a lumberjack match that then turned into a battle royal with everyone on the roster not scheduled. It was also moved to a dark match before the pay-per-view started. Then it and the battle royal at one point moved to the live show. Then they were moved back off. During the show, they didn't even bother to acknowledge the match was happening, and even though it was prominently pushed during the pre-game show. It wasn't until Raw the next night when they did the match again, limited to under 4 minutes, that it was publicly mentioned that it was even a match on the pre-show. As far as pay-per-view business, it's been known that Vince McMahon set a goal after last year's disappointing number that he wanted 1 million buys for this. They got that. They got over 1 million buys for this pay-per-view.
How many exactly?
I believe it's 1 million and 25. It's like 1.025.
1 million and 25 buys.
Yeah, I think it's a 1.025 buy.
Yeah.
The following year's WrestleMania does even better,
Yes.
and I think the one after that does slightly less because it's it's the second Rock match back. Technically the third, I guess. All right, that's going to bring us into the show itself. That's all the Observer notes. There's not a lot in there, really. It's mostly about, Dave's thoughts on WrestleMania, and I've truncated some of those there.
So that dark match,
Yes.
that was Sheamus and Daniel Bryan, bumped from the show, would have its own play out over the next couple of years, which we're going to cover in the future episodes when we do the WrestleMania once and twice in a lifetime. Because then it's that story of, Sheamus and Daniel Bryan get on the main card. That's the short, very quick
18-second match.
18-second match, and the yes chants start to get over with Daniel Bryan as a heel initially. But yeah, they go to a no contest for the US title, and it's a lumberjack match, but it goes to a no contest because all the lumberjacks, they're just brawling.
Yeah. And
it's WWE's standard way to get everyone on the card to get their WrestleMania paycheck. Teddy Long comes out and turns it into a 23-man battle royal. Of course, Sheamus and Daniel Bryan are 2 names. Who are the other names?
Oh, no. Oh, man. Right, okay. Yoshitatsu.
Correct.
Chris Masters.
Let me edit these as I go through.
It's like Survival Series.
Yeah. Yoshitatsu.
Yep.
Oh, Yoshitatsu. Bold. You just said
Chris Masters.
Chris Masters is correct.
I think Carly's in the company at that point. So, no, they're in the core. Mason Ryan.
Mason Ryan is your first strike.
No. Okay, so maybe the Nexus aren't in it. The new Nexus. Oh, I'm gonna park David Otunga. Because he could be a correct answer. Zack Ryder.
Correct. Ding.
Who else is in the mid card? Kofi's been bumped to the main card now. He's been pushed up to the main card, so he's not going to be in there. Cody Rhodes is on the main card. There's 23 guys, and I've named, 5?
Yes.
5. There's 18 more names. Mark Henry.
Correct. Ding.
The Great Khali.
The winner.
I was going to say, because I think he wins. Who else would have been in this sort of thing? I've said Sheamus and Bryan, obviously. Wade's in the core. I'll do it now. David Otunga.
That is your second
so none of the new
strike.
None of the new Nexus are in there. Okay, that's definitely good to rule that out. That does really screw me though. Who? Tyson Kidd.
I think that's your third strike.
Oh no! Who else would it have been?
You managed 6 overall of the 23.
Yeah.
Can you please get the F out? So the other people were Chavo Guerrero.
What?
Kurt Hawkins.
I nearly said Hawkins, but I didn't think he was in the company at that point.
David Hart Smith.
And Tyson wasn't?
Yeah. Kurt Hawkins would have been with the Edgeheads, wouldn't he?
Would he? No, Edge is not with the Edgeheads at this point.
No, but he would have already been in the company.
He would have been, yeah, but I thought he might have been gone.
Oh, I see. Drew McIntyre.
Oh, of course.
The chosen one.
Of course.
Evan Bourne.
Yep.
Jay and Jimmy Uso.
Oh,
Very early in their career.
I said very early because I thought when we saw them in 2014, we were like, oh, this is them quite early doors. But man, they've been there for ages.
Johnny Curtis.
Yeah.
J-
We'll actually get to talk about him in a future episode.
JTG.
Yeah.
Primo.
And Epico.
No Epico. R-Truth. Ted DiBiase Jr.
R-Truth's going to get a WWE Championship shot in a couple of months' time.
Yeah. And he'll be facing all the main event players from this WrestleMania and Survivor Series.
That's right, he will be.
Trent Beretta.
Yeah.
Tyler Rex.
Yep.
And William Regal.
Oh, Willie Reeks.
Willie Reeks.
Man. Can't believe I went with Tyson, but I didn't think he'd go for Davey Boy.
I did a brief thing. I might be off here, but only 6 of those people are still in the company. And most of them were gone pretty soon after this.
Yeah, I was going to say. But there's a bit of a clear out of that that undercard in a couple of years' time. Yeah. But our show opens with a lovely, nice lady singing the national anthem.
Kerry Hilson. I couldn't find anything of note about her, really. Just a singer.
We then have our first opening video package for the show. But this isn't for about WrestleMania. This is for the WrestleMania's host and arguably the biggest draw on this show, The Rock.
Well, just like the first episode of Raw on Netflix was to promote Netflix and WWE together, WrestleMania 27 really is a PR exercise in getting The Rock back over.
Yes.
Because he's done his Hollywood career at this point is on a downward trajectory, heading towards the bin at the DVD rental store.
Mm-hmm.
For director. It's the Steve Austin, he'll have good company in there.
Yeah.
Who else?
Steven Seagal. The Staith. Van Damme,
yeah. That's where he's going.
Jean-Claude, not Rob.
Yes, of course. But yeah, this is using a silly voice. The sort of, and it's kind of like the SNL announcer voice.
Yeah.
And live from New York. It says, with an infographic on the screen, like the words would come up. And it was quite a popular graphical trend at the time to arrange it like this. And it said, I wrote down all the ones here. He is the jabroni beating, la 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 pie eating, the people's champion, trail blazing, eyebrow raising, supernova of entertainment, the great one, the most electrifying man in showbiz. Today, he's The Rock. Because, they really avoid saying Hollywood movies because it's not true.
But he used to say, when he came back, I think, his whole thing was, I am the... Because his whole thing was like in all of sports entertainment. Then it just became of all entertainment because he then wanted to be, star in the Scorpion King. Mm-hmm. I think we said this earlier, so excited to have The Rock back.
Yes.
Because Rock was one of my favorites when I was he was like my guy in the year 2000. I wanted him desperately to be the WWE champion, WWF champion at the time.
And it really not been around since the Foley tag match at Mania, whatever.
20.
Yeah, but he was going to come back. He was going to do a match maybe with Sting in 06-07.
Yeah.
But Triple H, I don't think that's a draw.
Yeah, well, because I think Triple H, I don't know, would you say jealous? Jealous that The Rock had a bit of success?
The Rock had gone into the Hall of Fame by this point.
Really?
Where he cut a really... Is it this time? I'm trying to remember my timeline. No, he inducted his dad, maybe.
Yeah.
And he went on for ages. And a lot of people were he was more talking about The Rock than he was his dad.
That sounds so unlike him.
But at the time, I was like, yeah, but I don't care. It's The Rock. Now, looking back with everything we've been through with The Rock over the last 3 years with Black Adam and Red Notice and the
Red
WWE return, it's like, maybe The Rock is a bit egotistical.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying earlier. I think that you can pinpoint this to be like, oh, we probably should have seen the warning signs were there, but I think our nostalgia rose-tinted glasses meant that we weren't really seeing it here. It's only now that I'm going back and looking at it, I'm like, man, a lot of this is everything The Rock's going to do for the next decade plus, and that eventually turns the entire WWE crowd against him.
Yeah.
I think it'll be so interesting to see how the WWE audience responds to The Rock when he does come back again. Because I don't think he's at this year's WrestleMania. You know, maybe people can come back in
That's WrestleMania 41.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I know he's on this WrestleMania that we're reviewing today. Maybe if he can come back in a year's time and be like, "You idiot! He was at WrestleMania 41, and he did have that match with Cody Rhodes. You all just got worked by it."
He set the word Rocky on fire.
But at this point in time, it does look like The Rock is not going to be on WrestleMania 41, and that Netflix promo was like, "Just so you all know, I'm not wrestling at WrestleMania 41 this year. Me and Cody are friends now." But what's the reaction going to be when he comes back after WrestleMania? Is he going to try and just do babyface Rock again? Or is he going to lean back into that heel persona that really got him over in 2024?
What? Babyface. He wants to be Superman.
Yeah, you're right. But my point is going to be is how are the people going to react to that? Because people were really getting into him as the final boss. Are people then just going to meet it with apathy? Is Rock going to be, and I will use this as the example, is he on track to be the next Hogan?
Or the next Rocky Maivia? Again. But yeah, that's an interesting comparison.
Because I know a lot of people are like, oh, Hogan got booed at that Netflix debut because they're in LA, it's a more liberal town. They booed him because he's a Trump guy. But I was like, well, Taker's a Trump guy as well. He didn't get booed. And Hogan got booed at WrestleMania when he came out with Titus O'Neil. This is not like a new thing that fans have decided we don't want to see Hulk Hogan on WWE TV. I think this has been a long building thing that ends with that culmination point of everyone just said like, no, we're sick of this now.
I think it's the racism stuff from 2015
that's what,
for Hogan. And The Rock doesn't have anything like that. But in terms of people getting sick of him being around a lot, I think that will turn on him.
Yeah.
But there's you can use him as just card him out as the legend spot and it'll get a huge pop because most people will just like to see him on a superficial level.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. But not have to deal with the reality of weekly TV Rock.
I mean, next year, I wonder if, maybe I'll put this out as my big bold prediction. It is going to be Rock and Roman at WrestleMania 42 as one of the main events.
Yeah.
Because Rock wants to do that match. And from what I can gather, Roman wants to do that match as well. What is the reaction going to be to that match? Or are people just going to meet it with just like apathy?
Well, I'd be a new audience as well. They might just be like, whoa, my God.
But this opening promo that we get from The Rock here. So my first note is like, man, you forget how many camera cuts there used to be. But it was awesome to see him back. And Rock lets the moment hang in the air before he does his finally. And, he says The Rock has come back to WrestleMania.
WWE has come back to Netflix. What?
And calls this this will be the most memorable WrestleMania of all time. I don't think he was correct.
No, but it's one of those fluff words that brands put on products sometimes. Yeah. It's volumizing shampoo. Can I just talk about the soaking up the crowd? Because this is something I really, really started to not like that The Rock does, and going back and seeing it here. Because, again, I loved it at the time. Whenever he gets out his arm and he goes, oh, goose pimples, look at them. When he did it, when, was it the SmackDown? The one where The Rock has finally come back home. When was that?
Well, that's the original one. That's the original comeback. That's this one.
Yes,
this
okay,
comeback.
All right, yeah. So when he did that, that was on like Raw or whatever.
It was on Raw.
I was so happy.
I was thrilled.
And I don't mind him in that one sort of breaking the character of I'm really happy and I've got goose pimples about that. From that point onwards, be the character. Because the Rock character from the Attitude Era is never going, oh, wow, I'm so excited.
Yeah.
That's lame. And he does it every time now. It's almost like a spot part of his entrance.
Yeah.
It's a pose.
Probably rubbing ice on his arm before he goes out.
Get the deep heat, get the veins showing. So I both no longer believe it every time, so it's a cynical thing, and also I don't think he should be doing it for the Rock character. And I want to see the Rock character in this format. I don't want to see Dwayne Johnson playing the Rock character, which is actually maybe a lot of what we get here.
I think The Rock, at this point, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said this is Dwayne Johnson doing a Rock performance. This is not The Rock. Because I think what Rock. What happens with Rock across this run that we're going to have is that he kind of rests on his laurels. He has a little bit of, if you just send me out there, I can just do whatever, and it'll be fine because the crowd will lap it up. And I think you can see that in this promo when he says, "When I say yabba, the people say dabba." I'm like, what is this? This is not The Rock. This is a guy who has realized he's run out of things to say, but his promo time isn't up yet, so has to fill the time.
Why, I liked in his comeback run, he had the 24/7 365. I thought that was a good.
But he's not there.
Hashtag boots to asses.
That's fun.
That stuff, that was good.
That stuff. And I love it in the Punk feud because then he has the knees to face thing.
And 366-8.
Yeah.
Oh, what was it? 8. 24/7. It was 25-8. 366. What was it? Sorry, what was the yabba? Is that a joke at John Cena?
John Cena,
right,
because he said that John Cena's running around here with his colourful t-shirts, looks like a bowl of Fruity Pebbles. It doesn't really translate to an audience over here because that's not a breakfast cereal we have over here. But
I know it.
In America, yeah, it's maybe a pop culture thing. It's sponsored by the Flintstones, and it's a Flintstones thing. So he is saying he is a yabba dabba. He's a Flintstones character because he's got a bowl of Fruity Pebbles in front of him. It
wasn't just Vince McMahon thinking the Flintstones was still hip and watched by the young'uns.
They've made a comeback this year, have they? Is that... He asked if you can smell it over in here with wrestling fans. Yeah, you probably can. We're making history tonight, so let's have fun. When The Rock says wrestle, you say mania. This is shit. This is crap, man.
He's doing his wedding DJ routine. So those bits are rubbish.
Dip it down. Oh, sex is on fire.
But I will say, it's overall he gets a great crowd reaction. And there is like half of an excellent promo in here. Honestly, like there's a bit when he does the rundown of all his nicknames, trailblazing, pioneering, blah, 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 all that stuff. And how we're all going to have such a great night, and this is WrestleMania. And do you remember when we've done a few Attitude Era pay-per-views, and it's like, a B show, Rock just has one 30-second promo with Michael Cole backstage 2 matches before his main event, and it just so happens to be one of the greatest delivered promos of all time.
It's awesome.
Effortless. He just that's what he's really good at. Like he's definitely a good orator. I thought he still captured a lot of that here.
I feel like he doesn't do it here, but his promo he has at the end of the night when he's restarting the match, I think it's in that point there. I think that's The Rock.
Yeah.
That feels like The Rock magic. Here, I don't feel The Rock magic. I feel like a guy who has run out of things to say.
You don't smell what he's cooking?
No. I feel like he is just saying things and then just saying his catchphrases. But I will say that is the point of this segment. This segment is just to have The Rock come out, say his catchphrases, and leave.
It's the Lonely Island catchphrase verse.
Yeah. And that's it. And I think that's a good use of The Rock in this point. That's what he's here for, is to make people buy the pay-per-view because you want to see him beat up John Cena, which kind of really does hurt the main event. But he comes out, says the catchphrases, and off he goes again. And then does a series of backstage skits throughout the night with Eve and Steve Austin and Pee Wee Herman.
Pee Wee Herman.
And that's what The Rock's here for. And I think that's a good use of him. But I don't think this is like the best Rock.
Well, I am corporate hosting event Rock. But there is enough in here for me. Like, there's a bit when he just has a sip of water and he goes, "It's the people's water." What? But then he talks about his catchphrase being the people's catchphrase. That's why you're going to say it along with me. And yeah, that is just The Rock putting over The Rock, but it is also quite important to the audience at the time, going like, yeah, because me and you are the same in that we hate John Cena. Yeah. You are the people, I can hear you. I'm saying the things you're thinking, and WWE are ignoring you. That's the subtext to a lot of what The Rock says, which is why it was sort of lovely and cathartic to hear.
Yeah, because we're the men.
Yes.
Men. Does a lot of that, like beating his chest.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to be a man? Do you want to be a man like The Rock? Or do you want to be a little child like John Cena?
No, I don't want to be John Cena.
No, I really didn't at this point.
You wore the same trousers, though.
Oh, yeah, we're part of the Jorts group. I'll be at the Jorts group with him. Me, him, Raven, just
Kevin
incredible.
Smith.
Kevin Smith. We'd have a fun little social. And then we get the other video package. This is the actual one for now. Now it's WrestleMania time, and you'll never guess what the video package has.
The Rock.
The immovable force versus the inert object. Yeah. The boyhood dream has come true. The Austin era. It's all the usual clips you've come to expect. And The Rock.
So it's the history of WrestleMania, getting over the event and lineage of WrestleMania. It's The Rock. The Rock is here. I'm pretty sure they used the same clip of The Rock twice.
Well, he hasn't been here a lot.
But
he's never going.
And then it's like flash frames of Edge and Alberto. Triple H and Undertaker gets a bit more time. And then somewhere in there, honestly, half a second, because it's edited so rapidly, you see The Miz.
Yeah.
One shot, and he is the WWE champion in the main event of this show.
Ollie, I don't know what you're saying. They're going to give him a massive entrance on this show that's going to make him look like a superstar.
What, the Sweet 16 balloon party?
It's so rubbish.
If he was to come out, because what it is, folks, is there's the word awesome written in
bubble
6
letters.
foot high bubble letter balloons. If he then got a flamethrower
and set a light to them, bop, 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 bop. We'll come to WWE's dreadful treatment of The Miz as WWE champion a little bit later on. But for now, it's WrestleMania, as Michael Cole calls it, the fabric of Americana. This is also, we talked about a lot of like pinpoints in time, right? So we're talking about, this is kind of the start of The Rock becoming The Rock that we now know today. We are now in like part-time era WrestleMania where the real stars come in and they take over the show. But we've been in this mode for a little while, but I feel like now is the time. WrestleMania is the selling point, and that is it. It's not actually about anyone who's on the show, really. It is about the name WrestleMania and that being the event of the calendar year. And that is partly because they have no competition.
Yeah, it's Super Bowl. It's like WrestleMania is the big star in the company, not the
WWE
Miz,
champion.
the Undertaker. Well, you say that WrestleMania didn't do too well the previous year, so they got in a bigger star than WrestleMania, The Rock, which explains why he is the bookend to most video packages.
Well, the problem with last year's WrestleMania is they focused too much on stupid stories and stupid characters and the people that are there all the time, like Batista. What an idiot. We should have seen this coming.
Who would go on to become a part-time wrestler? It's frustrating. You mentioned Michael Cole there. And again, if people are just getting into wrestling because it's hot in 2025, Michael Cole is great, isn't he? You can listen to him. The enjoyment, the passion he gets over. He stands on the table sometimes. He stands up to commentate. Oh, bless him. He was the worst freaking thing imaginable to listen to in this time. Because, remember, it's not Michael Cole. It's Vince McMahon telling Michael Cole what to do, that horrible house style. And he makes up a commentary booth with Jerry the King Lawler, 10 years past his sell-by date. He is totally checked out and is mostly there as a Jerry Lawler soundboard that goes, oh!
Yeah.
And someone who's, I would say, widely agreed upon to now be one of the worst commentators of the modern era, particularly his work in TNA, Josh Matthews.
Pitch down Josh Matthews.
Where, yes, they pitched him down in TNA commentary in the sound mix because his voice was too grating.
He has got quite an annoying voice. Like, I know people say that about me in the comments and stuff, so I appreciate that, maybe that's pot kettle black. Pot kettle back. Is that what you were in when you were with the police?
Yes, the police pot kettle back.
The pot kettle back.
Yeah.
So I understand, some people might say it's pot kettle black, but he's horrendous on this show.
Well,
But
he's the best of the three.
That is because Jerry Lawler's checked out and has been for a long time, does not watch the shows that he is not commentating for, does zero prep work for any of the shows he's a part of, which in fairness, he was also doing during the Attitude Era and in towards the end of the JR King partnership.
But that was a period that lent itself more to Jerry's improvisational strengths, which is to say, oogling at boobies.
Yes.
He loves them.
So we've got a checked out Jerry Lawler and heel Michael Cole.
And this is the worst thing.
Yeah.
Because Michael Cole was really bad throughout a lot of the previous 15 years to now. But he was a character here. He was extra bad. He was layers of bad. Not actually because... We'll get into this when we do the match, because he has a match on this card.
Doesn't he just? It's one of the longest matches. Got to give him time.
He is actually performing a heel character incredibly well.
Yeah.
But he's also meant to be the lead play-by-play guy for the whole company. And having that voice that's also meant to be the voice that's credible on your programming, the one that's meant to go, oh, and check out this pay-per-view next weekend because it's going to be a good time. You should pay for it. That's the voice that needs to be trustworthy. Not a heel character whose whole reason for being there is to make other people look bad.
So I think there's the biggest problem for me with heel Michael Cole. I hated heel Michael Cole at the time. I thought it was dreadful. WWE commentary was always bad. It was, because as you said, it's Vince McMahon just feeding lines to people. And Vince is a bad commentator.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really know how to sell the products that he has. Case in point, he creates no stars for 10 years. 10 plus years, in fact. Arguably 20 years he doesn't create any stars outside of John Cena. So he's not a good commentator. He's not a good salesman at this time. So he's making his commentators sell bad products. But for me, the Michael Cole argument was, I understand the idea of you need to have a trustworthy voice, this, that, and the other. It's two things for me. Number one, heel Michael Cole is there as an FU to the fans. Because the fans were saying, Michael Cole's a terrible commentator. Do you know who was good? Jim Ross. And WWE hate Jim Ross so much that they make Michael Cole a heel so he can talk about how much Jim Ross is a bad commentator and how he's a better commentator than Jim Ross, war correspondent, this and the other. But for me, the biggest problem with heel Michael Cole and why I hated him then, but I hate him even more now, is he is just getting himself over. So none of the matches are about the match. It's not about the guys and girls who are in the matches. It is about Michael Cole commentating. That is the story of Raw for a year and a bit, is Michael Cole is a commentator.
Yeah.
And it leads to the match that we'll get to with Jerry Lawler. But that is it for a year and a bit. WWE becomes about Michael Cole as a commentator.
And there's also the anonymous Raw general manager at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
Which, it wasn't good. It was never good.
No.
That noise, the ding, which was the email alert noise at the time. I've got PTSD with that noise. If I hear that noise on a show or just as a sound effect, I shudder.
Yeah.
But you could argue if that was Jim Ross having to get up and go, I'm so, have that look on his face. I'm so sorry, everybody, but this is that cut. There's a tension there that works dramatically. But if it's heel Michael Cole, who's often the one to go and read out the
and
heel,
I quote,
the heel Raw general manager announcements. I mean, it wasn't particularly consistent with whether it was heel or face. It was just whatever we need for that particular moment to create this particular thrill. The sort of conflict there it doesn't exist anymore. Mm-hmm. So you've got the Raw general manager thing, which is there as well. You've got these three awful commentators, one with a whole storyline with the other commentator, which is going to have a match on this show. And, I mean, is this celebrity guest era as well?
No, so the end of the Raw anonymous general manager start the guest host era. So we are actually towards the tail end of the anonymous Raw general manager era of WWE, where it's going to be revealed to be Hornswoggle this entire time. And that then starts the guest host period of Raw, which culminates with one of the greatest episodes of Raw of all time, hosted by the Muppets.
Yes, well, that was good. That was fun.
Yeah.
But that's a year of heel Michael Cole. It's got the anonymous Raw general manager in that time. We're going to get, half a year, 9 months of the guest.
It becomes
celebrity
about a celebrity.
guest. Again, this isn't a wrestling show. It's a weird meta show that is about putting on the show.
Isn't it weird? You said earlier that Simon Longden's whole thing was like, it's the Muppet Show, and eventually this will be hosted by by the Muppets. So there's a combination of things. I think it's awful heel Michael Cole making the whole show about him. And when I say he's making the show, Vince McMahon is making the whole show around him. It's the anonymous Raw general manager, and The Miz is the WWE champion. This is a terrible time to be a WWE fan, because Miz is a dreadful WWE champion. Not his fault. The company never gives him anything, but he was also not at that level. And the thing with the heel Michael Cole, last point I wanted to make it before we get into our first match, is the inconsistency of it. Because Michael Cole's a heel. Hates all the baby faces, loves all of the heels, apart from John Cena. Because when John Cena's in the main event, he has to be babyface Michael Cole, putting over John Cena as the great WWE superstar babyface. So I was like, well, why do you like him then? It now comes to a head because it's a Miz John Cena thing, and he has to love the Miz. But he also loved John Cena. So I was like, well, so you're not even really committing to the bit.
And it makes him, I don't trust it because of the character. It's like, but that means if the heel character is saying how great someone is, and he's only ever said that about the bad guys, then John Cena, via the rub, is a bad guy. It's audio vomit, and I'm afraid I did screen out a lot of the commentary on this show.
I haven't got a lot of notes about the commentary because I did phase it out. Obviously, it gets better in the second half of the show because JR and King take over. Even if it is pretty checked out JR. Checked out JR is 1,000 times better than heel Michael Cole and babyface Josh Matthews. But our opening contest is for the World Heavyweight Championship, because when you have two world titles, not both of them can feel like the most important thing on the show. I'm not saying I'm a big Nostradamus when I said that was going to happen with the new World Heavyweight Championship. History told us this. It's the opening contest. It's Alberto Del Rio, the winner of the 2011 Royal Rumble, the biggest Royal Rumble at that point, looking to fulfill his destiny and win the World Heavyweight Championship from Edge.
I wasn't really a smart fan. I was sort of a year one at school. I was a primary school fan at this point, in that I had just consumed for my whole life wrestling as, not thinking about the dirt sheets or behind the scenes stuff. Never even occurred to me. And then just one time I was like, what's going on here? I must have read a news article. And I got into the Solomons to start listening to the podcast. Colt Cabana's Art of Wrestling,
great
big
show.
part of this time. And so this was sort of like my first full year really having the opinions entrenched in me of historical wrestling lessons.
This is your year one trade paperback.
Yeah. So the stuff like, the main event of WrestleMania should be main evented by the Royal Rumble winner. And here's Alberto Del Rio, someone who they were trying to make a new star. And, turns out he's not particularly a nice fella. But we didn't know that fully back then.
No.
And we were all like, it was a great act with the Ricardo...
Great act.
Roberto Rodriguez, not Ricardo Rodriguez, he's a director.
No, Ricardo Rodriguez was right.
So Roberto Rodriguez is from Dusk Till Dawn.
Robert Rodriguez, not even Roberto. His name is Robert.
And he's got the car, and he's at cross-arm breakers, an awesome finisher, and he can do the kick. It's all good stuff. And he's good on the mic as well. And he wins the Royal Rumble. 40 men.
Probably the right guy to win that Royal Rumble.
Oh, I don't know. Santino.
Santino was not the guy to win that Royal Rumble. I would argue Santino was the right guy to face Danielson for the World Heavyweight Championship after the Elimination Chamber performance he has, but I don't think he was the right guy to win that Royal Rumble. It was a fun comedy spot, but this was always Del Rio's title to Rumble to win, and his title to win as well, because this is all about fulfilling this destiny, this long-running storyline he's been doing since he's come into WWE.
Now, I'm not saying Del Rio should then main event WrestleMania because, he was promising, but they hadn't done a good enough job to get him to that level at this point.
And he's not John Cena or The Rock.
Then he shouldn't win the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, John Cena should win the Rumble.
The main event of WrestleMania, one of the people in that should have won the Royal Rumble. That's the whole point of the stipulation. I was so disheartened, heartbroken. I'm like, but we only get one a year.
I know.
We only get one Royal Rumble winner a year. Back then we did. It was before women were invented. One Royal Rumble winner a year. And here we are. And he's opening the show.
This is... I should say as well, because new fans coming into this would be like, well, the opening match is just as important as the main event. In this period of time, it wasn't.
Yeah.
In this period of time, in this period of WrestleMania, it is the main event. This was Punk's whole deal. I want to be the main event. I don't want to be called a main event when I face The Undertaker. I want to be the main event. And the opening match is just that. It's the opening match.
And that was the case until... I think it's like 2018 when whatever show it was going up against some big presidential debate thing. It was a Saturday or a Sunday, and they moved some John Cena, Seth Rollins, someone else match to the start of the show, so it wouldn't clash. The main event wouldn't clash with whatever was on TV. And from then on, that sort of slowly, okay, like maybe it's good to go on as the opener. It's like almost a more prestigious spot than the penultimate match.
People used to
three before last.
Sorry, people used to argue that actually being on the pre-show, this is one of JBL's points, being on the pre-show is more beneficial to you as a lowercase act than being on the main card of a pay-per-view, because your pre-show was being shown on YouTube and things like that, or being streamed on YouTube. So there were more people watching the pre-show than there were buying the pay-per-views. So your match, like his argument was like, your match is being seen by more people than if you were on the main pay-per-view card.
The difference between the opener in 2011 and that, though, is what you just said is nonsense that JBL and WWE people would try and tell people they weren't pushing when they should be to, hey, just eat this and enjoy it. Because that is absolutely not true, because JBL would be furious if he was on a pre-show.
So yeah, it is the opening contest here for the World Heavyweight Championship. I thought this was for sure Del Rio winning the world title, because that is the story they were telling. I suppose little did we know this is kind of Edge's retirement moment. Like this is was to be his final WrestleMania match until he sort of makes his return. We also have at ringside for Alberto Del Rio, Brodus Clay.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about Brodus Clay. I don't remember him ever being in the Del Rio Rodriguez act.
It's an NXT thing. So he's his mentor in NXT.
Oh, the game show NXT.
Yeah,
of course.
We're still in game show NXT, which is where heel Michael Cole is born.
Yes,
it's out of game show NXT because heel Michael Cole is born out of the internet fans like Danielson, and we don't. So we need to have a voice on screen telling the audience that they're wrong for liking Bryan Danielson.
Oh God.
But it was all the plan. It was the plan all along, Ollie, to lead us to WrestleMania 30. They had the foresight to start this in 2011. 2010 even.
Do you want to see the cube?
Oh, look at this cube.
This is let's get in the if we go back. Sorry, this is our first experiment with Netflix as using this. So Edge is coming out. Yeah. And he's got his World Heavyweight Championship. This is classic Edge. He's got on the long silver jacket thing. Here's the graphics.
Christian's at ringside with him as well.
Feels like early noughties. Oh, but oh my God! The cube!
It's so much bigger than you think. It feels like when it raises up, it shrinks.
Yeah, and just the way Edge's logo graphic thing is there, that looks like an eye. And the cube approves of you, Edge. Retain for me.
It's like a baddie in like an early like Mega Drive game or something when they're trying to experiment with 3D graphics.
Yeah. I get monolith vibes from 2001. So if Edge was to go much closer to it, he would be reborn as a sort of space baby.
Is that what that film's about?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's the dangers of touching the monolith because you will be turned into a space baby.
Yeah, you know.
It's tale as old as time. But yeah, the cube. The cube is the god of WrestleMania. And it descends, it goes up and down.
Yeah.
It's a giant. Well, how many sides does a cube have? 6 faces. Yes.
Yes, 6 because it's a die.
And it goes up and down, and it's got LED screens on all of them so they can play things. Well, pretty revolutionary.
I feel like
the cubes.
I feel like this is almost a response to the previous year's WrestleMania,
which didn't have a cube.
Oh no, it's not even the previous year's WrestleMania. It was like a couple of WrestleManias beforehand. The one with the palm trees, with Flair's retirement WrestleMania, because a lot of people complained about the palm trees because it blocked the view of the ring. So at least the cube, when it just gets raised up, doesn't block people's views.
No, and it just comes down for... I mean, unfortunately, WWE replaced the cube from this point on. This is the cube's only WrestleMania.
It won't be here for WrestleMania 28.
Unless it is.
What if it is?
I mean, I'd never really thought about the cube until we've rewatched it.
What if this is the SoCal Val entrance between the legs?
But that they replaced it with augmented reality.
Oh, man.
Which is as sort of dystopian as the cube feels. It at least looks real. And it isn't, I'm gold Roman Reigns.
Do you remember that period of time when everyone had their own AR rubbish?
Becky's the man, and she's got that like funhouse style face.
Is the I mean the best one is the Rita Ora AR thing.
But that's from some EE adverts.
I know.
That ran in 2020.
But I think that is the best use of AR anyone has ever seen.
But yeah, we'll see the cube again. It didn't descend for Del Rio's entrance because it would have impaled Roberto Rodriguez. Ricardo!
I do love the partnership between Ricardo and Alberto.
It's great.
Not long for this world, unfortunately.
Well, why would he keep together an act that works at this time in WWE?
Don't think it's getting over. So, Michael Cole even points out this is the first time the World Heavyweight Championship has been defended in the opening match of a pay-per-view. Cool.
Yeah.
What a star. So Edge has this injured arm. Nice little story there, because that's going to play into Del Rio's finish.
Yeah, it's taped up a bit around the elbow.
Which means that Del Rio then works over the arm. This is his first WrestleMania. But they think, they kind of tell the story of that might play into his attitude within the match, which is that maybe the pressure of WrestleMania will get to him in this whole like prophecy that he's going to win the title, and having to do it on the grandest stage of them all is what is going to ultimately be his downfall.
Because he is a very arrogant character. That's the whole thing about Del Rio.
Michael Cole told me he's a philanthropist. He's not arrogant. He's just got a nice car.
Yeah.
He's just jealous of his nice car.
Well, that's
and his second home.
That's a good example of heel Michael Cole saying nice things about a heel, but actually it makes you go, well, I don't believe you, heel Michael Cole.
Yeah. So Del Rio does this drop kick to Edge into the ropes, but Edge moves out of the way and Del Rio slides between the middle and top rope and just clatters to the outside. It's a hell of a bump. Edge dives onto Del Rio. Del Rio then steps up to the ropes and arm drags the injured arm off the top rope. Later on, Edge starts his comeback. Del Rio tries for the arm breaker, but Edge counters that into the Edge-O-Matic. Del Rio rolls through again and gets in the arm breaker, but Edge gets to the ropes. Step up Enziguri off the top rope for a near fall. And then Christian and Brodus Clay start brawling at ringside to allow Edge to get a near fall.
That's because Roberto pushed Edge's leg off the bottom rope.
Yes.
Did I say it wrong again? Ricardo. Jesus, what is
happening?
I'm not even trying.
What is wrong with you? And then we get Brodus Clay being 100% out of position for his spot.
Brodus Clay, NWA champion Brodus Clay.
32.59.
So Brodus Clay, if he's on NXT right now, that means he hasn't debuted with the Funkadactyls.
No, that's coming next year, in fact.
Because we get a Funkadactyl cameo on this show.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, we do. Yes, we do. I do know what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
There's a lot of things going on at this period. Because, we'll get into Tough Enough later, but that's the wonderful source of that.
So here we go. Here is Brodus Clay being out of position because Edge is going to go for the spear, and what's supposed to happen is that Brodus Clay grabs him and throws him into the corner.
Oh.
Brodus Clay
just
literally
stand here.
He almost just runs like, "Oh no!" You can hear him panic.
Well, that could just be, he's a realist. He's being realistic.
Oh no!
The speed as well that he made it over there with.
Yeah. So that leads into the arm breaker, but Edge gets him into a pin and then locks him in his own submission, and Del Rio goes for the ropes. Christian takes out Brodus Clay. Del Rio is out of the submission but goes right into a spear for the Edge retention. I thought it was a really good match.
It was a fine match. Was it 10 minutes?
About that.
Yeah. WrestleMania World Heavyweight Championship Royal Rumble winner. I don't think it's anywhere near
not that bit, but I would say WrestleMania World Heavyweight Championship opening match. Yeah, it's about the quality that I would expect it to be.
Yeah.
This isn't Taker and Batista battling over this belt.
I will say the crowd was super hot for Edge.
Yeah.
They were he had them in the palm of his hand with all those near falls.
I think it helps that The Rock opened the show, and it's the first match, so the crowd are more ramped than they will be for the final match on the show. The ending of this is really weird though, because what happens next is that Edge leaves without Christian, which is just really weird.
Yes, he just walks up the entrance ramp.
Leaves without his friend, and then he gets to the Rolls Royce that's at the top of the stage. And then he boots it and does 0 damage to it. Street Fighter 2 bonus stage, this isn't.
Yeah, he stands there a bit. He teases that he's going to do something. And it's Del Rio's car. So Del Rio's like, no, please, not my car. And yeah, then Edge goes, I am actually going to do something. And like you said, boots the door, gets onto the roof and elbow drops it. And it is not very effective.
No. It actually does even less damage than the boots were doing.
And then Christian appears.
Thank God the worker's here.
The reason Christian didn't walk up with him is, I guess, because he went to get some crowbars.
Yeah.
They both get crowbars. They scratch up the side of the car. They break some windows. Del Rio cries throughout all of this. But it didn't feel like enough destruction.
No, and also Michael Cole's like, oh yeah, real mature guys. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you, Michael Cole. This is a really immature thing to do. Like, I know he's not a nice person, and I'm not talking about,
Yeah.
I'm talking about the character of Alberto Del Rio. He is their heel. But it didn't feel like he deserved this comeuppance. Like, to barely inconvenience his car.
Yeah, poor guy. He really earned his Royal Rumble win. He believes this is his destiny.
He's a philanthropist.
I think this could... Well, that wasn't proven. Oh, you mean... So there's the Edge and Christian comedy from back in the day could definitely be suited to something like this. Like think of Edge and Christian's Totally Awesome Show, whatever it was called. They're really funny guys, and that's the tone you need to take with this limo destruction angle. So just doing the sort of little scratches, bashing up the windscreen wasn't very creative. Didn't fit with them as sort of characters. And really, if you're going to destroy a car at WrestleMania in a World Heavyweight Championship match with the Royal Rumble winner in it, who's a heel, I don't know, drop the cube on it.
Yeah, trash compact it.
Actually, do something absolutely huge. Do a stunt, make it explode.
It's a lot like, you remember in AEW when they dropped all those coins into Jericho's car, and it's like, you did no damage to that car whatsoever. that really is barely an inconvenience for Chris Jericho. That's going to take him. That's going to take him at least 20 minutes to clear up. There's a point in this where Michael Cole's like, "How's Del Rio going to get home now?" I was like, "Probably in his car. Like, like it's fine.
You can still drive that.
You call the AA out, they can replace that windscreen really quickly, and it'll probably set you back about £100. And given that he is very rich man, that's a drop in the ocean."
So this is Edge's retirement match.
Yes, I believe it is. This is his final match,
the
right?
The next night on Raw. I'm so sorry.
Is it the next night?
It's the next night on Raw. So he hides his sort of sadness pretty well here. It doesn't look like he's pretty beaten up by it. I feel like maybe that would be better served happening now at WrestleMania after the match rather than the limo spot, because then it's like,
well, did they know? I suppose is the question that I have is like, did they know, or is it like they found it? Because I wasn't sure it was the Raw directly after this.
Let me double check.
Or it was like in like a couple of weeks' time that they made the announcement and like the tests came back and everything. Like he sort of had some pains from the match that he had to get looked into.
I thought it was decided beforehand, which always confused me because I thought, well, why did he wrestle the match then?
Well, and actually, to that point, when he retired, I was like, oh, I guess that's why he retained at WrestleMania then.
Yeah. So let's have a look. We've got first retirement, 2011.
First retirement. Like any good wrestler.
Yep, sorry, you are right. So this is April 3rd. This WrestleMania is happening. On April the 11th is when he said all that. But I mean, maybe you know more than me. I thought the reason Edge retained here was a nice thing because
that's what I thought.
They knew he was going to retire.
But then the question then was like, well, why did they allow him to do the match? But I don't know. Dave Meltzer would say, I know results are supposed to mean nothing, but timing means everything. This is the only result that I would say was wrong for that reason. And my gut is it was changed only to make things less predictable. That shouldn't be the role of a world title match. 3.5 stars.
Yeah, 3.25. Yeah.
Brian Alvarez, who was there live for this WrestleMania. This is in the era of Alvarez traveling for every WrestleMania.
I bet he was very grumpy. Lovely guy, by the way. Now we've met Brian Alvarez.
Yeah.
What a lovely man.
But what he loves to talk about is travel.
Yes.
And loves every Brian and Vinny show after WrestleMania. The first half an hour of it is him whinging about the travel, either the flights or travel in the city, travel out of the city. He would say, I thought this was the second best match on the show, and the crowd was into it from start to finish, particularly the last 4 minutes when they were trading submission attempts. 3.75 stars.
Of course he thinks it's the second best, because there's no way 2011 Brian Alvarez is going to say he enjoyed a CM Punk match. Which is clearly the second best match on the show.
I would say, yeah.
I think Cody and Mysterio is better than this.
Oh, I disagree. I think this is better than Cody Mysterio. Cole then says that everyone has bought tickets for his match coming up later tonight.
We haven't actually described what Cole is in.
In the coal mine.
In the coal mine. So he is in like a Perspex box, a case, next to the commentary desk. There you can see him. So this is a great example of like how dreadful heel Michael Cole is and how checked out Jerry Lawler is of this feud. Listen to everything that Michael Cole has to say, then listen to Jerry's response to what Michael Cole has to say. So glad you're massively into this feud here. I just remembered another thing that irked me about Cole's heel performance. He says the same thing over and over again. Mm-hmm. Are you ready? 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 It's just that.
Yeah.
But he does that's not the only example. He does that a lot.
But it's like this is the period of time to try and like fire Jerry to fire up and get people excited for them to fire back. And he just, after about a minute silent, goes, "You are a moron."
Yeah.
Come on, Jerry. Like Jerry's so uninterested in doing this.
It's like Cole.
Probably because he knows what's going to happen.
Cole shouldn't be putting so much effort in. And he should give some of that effort to Lawler.
Yeah. Which brings us to our next match. It is Cody Rhodes taking on Rey Mysterio. This was set up in a match that the two had on SmackDown, where Rey did the 619 with his knee brace.
Cheating Rey Mysterio.
And that has now ruined the beautiful, dashing face of Cody Rhodes. No longer is he dashing. Hideous, deformed Cody Rhodes with the protective face mask. He's now a Phantom of the Opera character.
Yeah, he's undashing Cody Rhodes, which, if you ask Cody, he ranks as his second favourite ever character.
Really?
Yeah, I think now is his favourite character, but his previous one was undashing Cody Rhodes.
Not the mustache one?
I'm sure it's in the top 10, I'm sure. But yeah, and it was a great character. I like dashing Cody Rhodes, but that was pretty much just two-dimensional heel. But when he goes undashing, he really gets to explore those comic book super villain tropes he really likes.
Yeah, 'cause he sort of comes down the ring being like, don't look at me, don't look at me. And then when the mask comes off, it's like, oh, you can't look at my hideous, deformed face, even though it's exactly the same face.
I think there's a slight cut because it is a shoot that he broke his orbital bone.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And that's why he's got the protective face mask on.
And
I think he worked it fantastically into a story.
So they've now used this as a way to sort of like be part of his character. Can we have some more terrible heel Michael Cole for a second? Just going to get through Cody Rhodes' entrance here before we get to it.
Oh, I don't advise doing the 10-second skips on Netflix. It takes forever.
It's all right, we'll get there.
No,
here we go.
I'm serious.
So, you want to hear for so long. It's like, go on, tell me about this, Josh Matthews. Tell me about that. And then Josh Matthews, and this is where he's going, so tell me about it, Josh Matthews.
Oh, I bet you're a geek and a nerd, just like all the people who watch this show, because you like comic books, and comic books are for nerds. Totally missing the cultural zeitgeist, where comic books were becoming very, very big, popular mainstream business.
Yeah.
Although, I think this is a great Rey Mysterio outfit. The Captain America homage, of course. Captain Mexico. Is it actually that? Is that what it is?
Well, he's got a big M on his head.
But there's not a Captain Mexico that he's dressed as.
No.
Not like, because there is like a Captain Britain and stuff. I didn't know.
Unless the M is from Mysterio, of course.
I feel like I have been to a sort of street market in Turkey and found an action figure box of this character, which also has Batman in.
Yeah.
I've sent you pictures of places like I love fake superhero toys.
Oh, it's so great. When I was in Spain, not last year, the year before, there was a shop there that had like a pack that was like the Justice League pack.
Yeah.
And there was Superman, Batman, Lightning McQueen from Cars.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
So Cody tangles Rey in the ropes and hits his disaster kick to light "Let's Go Cody" chants, even though he is the heel.
Well, what the big story of this, by the way, is Rey's knee brace broke Cody's face, and Cody's argument and Michael Cole's is that Rey did that intentionally. He cheated, and everyone else is like, well, he has to wear the knee brace, and it was a mistake. Which, when you look into that, doesn't really hold up as a pro wrestling story.
Accident more than mistake.
Yeah, accident. But then it's like, well, should he be allowed to wrestle if that's considered a foreign object?
Well, the worst part of this is actually the closing moments of this match, which is when the mask falls off and Rey starts using it as a weapon, which then just prompts Michael Cole to be like, well, what is this? Why is this cheater Rey Mysterio just allowed to get away with this? Which leaves the babyface commentators looking like absolute, to quote Jerry Lawler, morons, because they got no response to it, because Rey is just openly cheating.
Now, you see, I disagree with your interpretation there, because it makes sense in this context that Rey, he needs the knee brace on. He's had surgery 5 times in my right knee. And he's got it on. And he tries not to use it as a weapon, but this time it did, even though he's main. Well, that's the unfortunate shaky grounds that this good story is built on. Cody, however, is exaggerating his own injury to wear his mask and use that as a weapon, and he's turning Rey's legit thing into a heel thing. And he uses that throughout the match. So when Ray gets it and starts using it as a weapon, it is like, ha-ha! It's babyface smart revenge on the heel who's been doing this all the time. So that's what the babyface commentators should have replied with.
There you go. That's what I was about to say, is that the problem that we have here is that while that may be what they were aiming for, the commentators are not getting that across at all.
No.
Because they just sort of go silent and really do have no retort to what Michael Cole is saying. Granted, because Michael Cole is just shouting all the time and just doing his horrible commentating work, they wouldn't have got a word in edgeways anyway. This also had some lovely neck cranks in there as well, because you got to bring that crowd down. Don't do too many exciting things, guys.
Well, there was an Alabama Slam. What are you talking about?
Shout out to Bob Holly, who won the tag team titles with him. So we then get the also to the point of I don't think that this works as a story. When Ray is doing the headbutt based offense with the mask, the crowd chant Cody. So it's not the story they're telling is not working, and that is actually not down to the commentary team, because this live crowd can't hear them.
I think that's more because, look, we love Ray now. He's one-dimensional at this time. He was one-dimensional for a long time. The act was tired. All he is 619, cool outfits. This is before he reached an age where we all respect him more. Like, that sort of respect overrides the, but really you are a bit one-dimensional as a character. Whereas Cody, he's like, hey, you're a young guy. And we've already picked you as our favorite from Legacy. We want to see you become better and bigger later on. Like, the dashing character was really fun. The undashing is really connecting at the time. Those people are chanting Cody, not because of the story, but because they like him. Yeah. And they don't like Ray, regardless of heel versus face.
I will just correct you there. Their favorite person from Legacy was Randy Orton.
Not mine. Sorry. My favorite person from Legacy...
Is this then another one of our little pinpoints that we can put in, is that this is kind of the start of when the crowd really start to turn against the product? Like the Zack Ryder thing, I think, is a good example of this. But, the following year is when we get the yes chants. The year after that is when we get Fandangoing. And it then becomes these crowds going to shows to boo a lot of stuff and tell WWE, we really don't like what you're actually... We've paid to come here, but we don't like this show anymore. And we're telling you what we would like you to do with this show. Why won't you listen to us?
I think that began quite a while beforehand, because that's what they're doing with Cena.
I guess maybe,
Cena, and that's why The Rock came back.
Yeah, I guess maybe you're right. Because it's not there during the Nexus feud. Like, the crowd don't start cheering. I mean, they do. Well, that's only because they're feuding with Cena. But they're not, cheering, David Otunga and Heath Slater winning the tag titles off of whoever the tag champions were, probably the Spirit Squad. I know they weren't there at that point. But, you know what I mean? I feel like this is where we're starting to get more of a swell of the crowd becoming a character within this show to boo.
Oh, I see what you mean.
To boo the show and tell them we don't like what you're doing.
Well, WrestleMania is always going to get the smartest people
crowd
in. Look at WrestleMania, what was it, 20, is it? Yeah, with Goldberg and Lesnar.
But I think we're going to see this when we do Survivor Series in the next episode.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, I'm just saying it's always a function. I think it's probably drowned out by larger, more interested casuals.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I thought maybe I'm wrong. But in the end, they take the knee brace off Rey Mysterio, and Cody, behind the referee's back, uses it as a weapon to hit the crossroads and get the win.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a good story. I maybe because I also see it as quite fascinating through a 2025 lens to see heel Cody Rhodes going against the same Rey Mysterio. Like, Rey Mysterio has not changed in, well, forever, really.
No. It's the same character he was when he debuted in 2002.
Yeah. But there was just 5 years after this where we had enough of it, and then he left WWE and he came back and it was okay. Reset. Yeah. But with Cody, man, like, he's got several more gimmicks to go through. He's going to leave WWE. He's going to join the Bullet Club. He's going to start his own wrestling promotion. He's going to come back and he's going to be the top star in the company. Like, wow.
He's going to be just fine. But yeah, it
It doesn't look good for him at this point.
It doesn't. But shout out to my cousin Wendy, and I will say this every opportunity I can get. It was around this time that she texted me and said, Cody's going to be WWE champion one day.
No, but you can't trust people like that, because I bet there is also a text from her going, "Oh man, really big things for Skip Sheffield."
There were. He had the Hell in a Cell match.
That was a bad example, because of course there was. Of course, the explosiveness of the guy. But, oh my God, there's going to be really big things for, I don't know.
Ted DiBiase Jr.
Yes, someone like that.
Tyler Rex.
Curtis Axel, yeah.
She was so much on the Cody train very early doors. It was like 2010 she messaged me being like, Cody Rhodes is going to be a future WWE champion. And, you know, when he did win the WWE Championship, she did text me to be like, told you.
Good match.
Dave Meltzer said, match was solid but lacked heat, 2.5 stars.
Oh, okay.
Which I think is probably about right. And Brian Alvarez gave it 3.25 stars.
I'm more in the Alvarez camp. I'd give it 3 stars now.
I thought it was a fine TV match.
Mm-hmm.
I think
this TV episode of WrestleMania.
I think as well what didn't help is that they were doing a lot of interviews like talking about how they wanted to steal the show.
Right.
And, you know, given the time that they didn't have, I don't think they were ever going to achieve that. But they set a lofty expectation for this for this match. This is where we're supposed to get the Snoop Dogg segment. But it's not on this Netflix version. I don't think it was on the network version. I think it's on some DVDs. Like maybe if you get that 20 years of WrestleMania DVD box set or whatever, 30 years of WrestleMania DVD box set, maybe it's on there. But it's not here. And I tried to find another version of it. And I also could find someone who'd recorded it off their TV.
Because Josh Matthews says in the downtime between matches, he puts over how great WrestleMania is for pop culture. Mm-hmm. And that's how you know something's good for pop culture, when it's telling you, oh, we're good for pop culture.
Yeah.
You gotta like us.
The MCU said it with every movie release.
And I've written here, it's so desperate, but he talks about all the people who've appeared on WrestleMania in the past. Cyndi Lauper, Muhammad Ali, Donald Trump. Those are all 80s appearances, right? Oh, no, Donald Trump was... Sorry, I was thinking of WrestleMania 3 Trump, but he was in Battle of the Billionaires.
He had quite a big WrestleMania match. I mean, no, not in the match, but he was there at ringside. Took one of the worst stunners of all time. But yes, he is probably the most notable celebrity of recent times that they have had on. Like, they didn't mention, Floyd Mayweather, who actually had a match. Mickey Rourke, didn't mention him. They just went to the old classics of WrestleMania 1, Cyndi Lauper, Muhammad Ali.
And that's when Matthews says, and Snoop Dogg is here tonight. And we never get a follow-up on it.
No, that's where we're supposed to get it. And it is Snoop Dogg and Teddy Long auditioning WWE stars to do songs.
Snoop Dogg's there most nights, though, isn't he? Are there many WrestleManias without Snoop Dogg?
I mean, he beat The Miz in a future WrestleMania match.
With a people's elbow.
It's one of the best running of the ropes I've ever seen.
Kelly's looking at them and being like, man, how does he get the bounce on those ropes?
I was about to say, Kelly looked at him and was like, you need to work, brother. Like, you need to work on your steps going into those ropes. I can show you a thing or two. Which brings us to our next match. It is The Core.
The Core.
Taking on the team of Big Show, Kane, Santino Marella, and sadly not Vladimir Kozlov, double E, because he was taken out at Fan Access and he's been replaced by Kofi Kingston.
Oh, was that to cover an injury or
No,
what?
No, it's to cover the fact that Kozlov sucks and they wanted to put a good wrestler on the show.
So I'm just... oh, no, this is a...
It's a Netflix advert.
It's a Netflix advert. I've not seen one yet. I thought you said you paid for them.
No, I pay for the lowest tier on Netflix, which means every now and again I have to have ad breaks.
I've never seen an advert on Netflix. Sorry, this is my from my ivory tower over here. This is what they look like.
Second home.
So they just want look how lame the Core are.
That is one of the worst t-shirts I've ever...
What's happening with all these adverts?
You then go full screen and you go back to this.
Why is it so bad from a design perspective? Because I agree it is. I just can't figure out why.
It's diagonal text. It's diagonal text core is spelt wrong, which apparently was not intentional. Story goes is when they were doing merch for it, they just put 2 R's in it by accident, and then it had to have 2 R's in it.
But so it's a play on being the core of the Nexus.
That's correct, yes.
But it's a core, like it's a unit, it's a CORPS, like a military corps.
No, I think it's just the first one.
Right.
They are the core group of the Nexus, plus Ezekiel Jackson, who was never part of the Nexus.
The core. The core's a movie, isn't it? Is that where they tunnel to the center of the Earth to restart the world's...
That's right, to restart the Axis.
Axis.
Genius. Absolutely awesome. What a great film.
Have you seen the South Park version of that?
I seem to recall it, but if you some of the specifics,
I
would have been watching South Park around this time.
I think they use hippies. I think there's something to do with using hippies as the head of the drill. It's something like that.
So this was supposed to be Core versus New Nexus. That was the original plan.
And the new Nexus is Punk. It's
Punk,
Bray
Wyatt,
Husky Harris,
Michael McGillicuddy, David Otunga, and Mason Ryan. And they were supposed to have a match with the Core, the original version of the Nexus: Wade Barrett, Justin Gabriel, Heath Slater, Brackett, and Ezekiel Jackson. Sadly, there's no Tava or Darren Young factored into these plans, because they have the stare down moment in the 2011 Rumble.
Yes, yeah.
And that was supposed to build to the WrestleMania match of the original Nexus versus the new Nexus.
Which really is Series 1 NXT
versus
Series 2
NXT. But David Otunga is still there over in the new Nexus era, and kind of Michael McGillicuddy and Husky Harris had joined Wade Barrett's version of the Nexus as well after the end of Series 2, because Brodus Clay's like Season 3 NXT. But eventually they just lost faith in it. And what we get instead is the Core versus the Lads, and the Lads just squash them and win.
Yeah.
And if ever there was a damning indictment of how much of a failure the Nexus was in terms of making new stars, it's this match right here. Because these are supposed to be those new stars they were creating with SummerSlam 2010, and not 9 months later are they here at WrestleMania losing in 90 seconds, where only one of them is in the match.
Wade Barrett is having pay-per-view main events. He's the main focus of Raw for months.
Could have been WWE champion.
Where John Cena, Randy Orton, he's in the mix with those guys. And by this point, he's wearing that Core t-shirt. He is a tag team champion, though.
No, he's the Intercontinental champion.
My God.
Heath Slater and Justin Gabriel are the tag team champions, and Ezekiel Jackson is there.
If, in today's era of WWE, if you were the tag champs and the Intercontinental champion, your faction, that's a credible threat right there.
That was the Judgment Day. They had the World Heavyweight Champion and the Tag Team Championships.
I take it back a bit. Yeah, I take it back. But yeah, it doesn't... So this
and the Women's Champion at one point.
This isn't for any of those belts.
No.
Tag team wrestling is not a thing on this show.
Well, in fairness, who are they going to feud with? The Usos, I guess.
Who was on that Battle Royal opener? Yeah, no tag teams are jumping out at me.
Well, Trent and Rex are a team, I think. Trent Beretta and Tyler Rex, I feel like they were a tag team over on SmackDown. Yeah, so when we were doing our poll for Wrestle Talk Extra, someone did suggest doing the Nexus, and they said, "Oh, it's great because you can end it at WrestleMania 27." I was like, "No, you can't."
But yeah, it's Big Show, Kane, Santino, and Kofi Kingston, like you said, and Santino's just there as comedy. Were Kane and Big Show a team?
Yeah, of course they were.
Yeah, because they've got the sort of music, and it just hard cuts into Kane's music.
Started as a tag team in 1999, did Kane and Big Show. Their first run as a tag team together, and here they are now, 2011, still running strong as a tag team.
Making new stars.
They claim that the Core have taken over SmackDown, so I'm sure they'll fare well in this match here. Show runs wild on Slater. Jackson then takes out Big Show. Everyone does moves. We get the Cobra and the KO punch to Slater, and they win. Slater was the only member of the Core that tagged in, and he started the match.
It was 90 seconds long.
Yeah.
Michael Cole said that the whole idea behind the core, why they've split from Punk's new Nexus, is that they're all equal. They're all dominant.
Wouldn't it have been good, though, to have done the new Nexus versus the core?
Yes.
When this happened, I honestly, I'm being genuinely honest with you now. When this happened, when this story started, and the core split away from the new Nexus, I said to a friend of mine, I can't wait to see this match. I loved this idea of it's NWO Wolfpack and Black and White. It's the two factions a faction splintering into these two, and they're going to go to war with each other. I was like, it can lead to Wade Barrett versus CM Punk as a WrestleMania match. You can have the groups warring with each other to see who is the true dominant force. But WWE didn't have any interest in creating stars. So we get this instead, where the Big Show, gets to get the big crowning moments.
Yeah, it's all those two factions together with Punk in there. It's like, you're all new, fresh guys. That's probably why you also gravitated towards it. It's like, oh, there's a chance to build someone new from this. But no.
Yeah. I also, kind of looked at that group when they were standing next to each other. And even then in my, my cynical early 20s was like, oh, this is just for Ezekiel Jackson, isn't it? Like, this group is put together. You're what would later be, you're the Roman Reigns of this group. You've been put together for this guy right here.
Yeah.
So yeah, and that was it. Dave Meltzer would say, all you can say is that they did what they could with the hand that was dealt to them, but they had no chance to have any kind of a match, half a star.
How on earth can that win worst match of the show?
This doesn't win worst match of the show.
I thought you said it did.
The trios match. This is an 8-man tag.
Oh, the interjet. Sorry, I mixed it up. Yes, the Snookie match.
Snookie.
The Snookie match. Snookie, Looper,
Loopy. Brian Alford would say, pointless, though people liked Santino. Give it no rating. Santino's trumpet thing is over. They show a few people in the crowd doing it. The Rock backstage chats with Eve. I had no idea who it was. I actually originally thought it was Maria Menounos, and I wrote down in my notes, The Rock chats with Maria Menounos, and then later on, Mae Young walks up and he's like, "This is the Divas champion, Eve," and I'm like, "Oh, that's Eve, is it?"
Well, I knew it was Eve Torres, but I was like, she was a women's champion. She's a Divas champion. I forgot. But this is
good bit of knowledge to store away. Every Divas champion on Survival Series.
This is pre her becoming an actual character, because she's a big part of the Zack Ryder, John Cena love triangle thing.
Right, she does.
But here she just comes off as totally generic. I am pretty. I stand next to The Rock for The Rock to really heavily flirt with me.
Yeah, so The Rock says that I make WrestleMania magic. Also touch my arms.
Yeah. Something the Rock would never say.
No, you're absolutely right. What The Rock would say is just like, do you like pie?
Yes, sleep with me.
I just really want to eat you out. So do you mind? I keep forgetting we're not on Patreon. We're on the free feed. I should tone myself down.
Bring it back.
Bring it back down a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Dwayne Johnson is here to create magical WrestleMania magic moments, and he said, "I guarantee you, the next person will walk around that corner, I can make a magical WrestleMania moment with." And Eve is like, "Let me know when it happens."
Yeah.
And Eve says, "Someone's there," and they turn around, and the camera reveals that it's Mae Young.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Mae Young, The Rock, Eve. Well, Eve then walks off. But The Rock and Mae Young.
Well, she served her purpose.
Great, yes. Great comedic chemistry.
Yes.
It's a really funny moment because The Rock just makes fun of how incredibly ancient Mae Young is.
She looks the same age she did when she was wrestling on WWF pay-per-views in 1999.
She hit 85 and she stayed 85 for quite a long time. Rock calls her the Divasaurus. She asks if she wants the people's... Mae Young says she wants the people's strudel. Yeah. And Rock goes, the big guy? And then he goes, you should crave other people's strudels, like Moses's. I don't know, such a stupid, you're old joke.
He then just asks Eve to escort her to her seat.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, in fairness to The Rock, the Diva's role in WWE was usually to stand beside Hall of Fame entrants.
Yeah, that's fair. But there's one more old joke. He says, Rock goes, "Here, this is Eve, the Divas champion. Eve, like your childhood friend, Adam." Like, The Rock is just roasting Mae Young with, you are biblically old.
Game with 3 loaded in the chamber. Bang, bang, bang.
Oh, I'll make
old.
But it's funny. It's funny stuff. The Rock delivers it great. But I will say, Dwayne Johnson is delivering these jokes.
This is not The Rock. This is way better than the second backstage segment we get with The Rock, which is way worse.
Well, because we
then get one of, I would say, probably top 3 pops of the night. And again, it's that argument of there are no stars on this show other than the part-timers who are here for this. But this is genuinely brilliant. And it's like, this is something to be excited about for WrestleMania. It feels like WrestleMania.
So, and that the Mae Young stuff, how silly it is, it just disarms you for what is going to happen next, which is perfect sort of tonal placement. So, are you going to play ball? Oh, let's just go back. Done the reveal.
He's done the reveal. Everyone.
Done the reveal.
Maybe the network was better.
But this is The Rock after that segment. Oh.
Around that corner. Anyone else coming around the corner?
So it's comedy Rock, and then thought this is The Rock.
Yeah.
Look at that face.
That pop.
Absolutely awesome. That is an action movie when Arnie and
Stallone.
Danny Dyer, they just meet each other and they shake hands and they endorse each other.
Where is he? With his little trotters. With his little stunners.
It's so awesome. And The Rock, that is The Rock. That's not Dwayne Johnson there, because The Rock is serious and The Rock is death staring Steve. And it is both a really nice conversation. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm good. But there is so much loaded context beneath it. We're like, oh yeah, but we could also just start killing each other right now.
Yeah, we
are historic, storied rivals.
Yeah,
we haven't seen each other for a bit. We're at WrestleMania, where our biggest matches ever took place. That's The Rock I want.
3 of the most awesome WrestleMania moments, matches. 2 great WrestleMania main events. The second one is obviously better than the first one. And then their WrestleMania 19, Steve Austin's final match up until the match with Owens and stuff. But it really is, again, and I'll go back to repeat the point I made earlier. They've made 0 stars since 1999 or 1998 even.
No, they did make John Cena and Batista and Randy Orton. But I know they're not our stars. I think that's what you mean. But they are definitely stars.
I would say, I'd certainly give you Dave to a lesser extent. Randy, I would say, though.
But let's just say, look, from that class of, and Brock Lesnar as well as, of course, after that, but post Orton, Batista, Cena, that class from OVW, which you can lump Lesnar in with, after that, they don't make any stars.
It's okay.
But I just don't like those.
I'll take it back then. They haven't made any new stars since 2005 then.
Yeah.
2005 is when they crown Cena and Batista.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, it is our next match. It is Randy Orton versus CM Punk. This is going to be the highlight of Randy Orton for our WrestleMania trilogy that we're going to do here, unfortunately. So, and I think this is a much better option. As much as I was like, CM Punk versus Wade Barrett, new Nexus versus The Core, this is a better use of CM Punk.
And I forgot how much I love pre-pipe bomb CM Punk. Because really, when I talk about CM Punk, my mind goes to the pipe bomb. Because it's such an important memory. And then everything after that. And I forget that, oh my God, I was loving CM Punk for 2 years before that. And this run when he's on commentary and he's just being he's saying all the things. He's making the sort of jokes me and Ketam and Dan would make while watching Raw. But he's on commentary. What show was he on? He was on Raw, wasn't he?
Yeah, then he do like main events.
Yeah,
but he did do like I think main show like commentary for a little bit as well, because his whole point of the pipe bomb was like, I'm better than the people behind that desk in that ring. Yeah,
because he does. There's a wonderful compilation on YouTube of Punk crapping on Scott Stanford in the main event. It's just a super cut of all the times that Punk goes, "Oh, what's that move, Scott?" And so, I don't know, but it must hurt. He's like, yeah, you don't know.
Yeah, you have no idea. I like Scott Stanford. What a great voice he has.
Yeah, he does. But Punk went for it.
He knew. He could smell blood in the water.
But it was that Punk, and his character, and I don't know how he influenced stories or whatnot, because, Paul Heyman's not there to fight his battles for him at this point. He somehow manages to have different kinds of stories to everyone else on the roster. Because the idea, I know it's pretty common these days, the idea of referencing something further back than a month ago, let alone 2 years ago, which is what they have as the basis for Punk versus Orton here, is unthinkable in 2011.
It genuinely feels like Vince said, okay, well, I don't want to do this Nexus core thing. I'm going to do CM Punk versus Randy Orton. And Punk and Randy then said, well, what we could do is play off what we did 2 years ago, which never had any resolution to it.
I really feel like, I agree, I feel like that's the only way I can make sense of that level of detail and callback coming through at this time.
Yeah, because it feels like there's no way that Vince would have remembered an angle he did 2 years ago that he only did because he decided he didn't want to have CM Punk as world champion anymore because it wasn't really working out. And he wanted to put the belt back on Orton.
So that was, just to recap people, was that Unforgiven?
Yes.
Unforgiven 08.
So CM Punk won the World Heavyweight Championship via Money in the Bank and was not the guy. Like, he was not the guy at that time to put the World Heavyweight Championship. I wanted it to happen because I was a CM Punk guy.
Look how sloppily he dressed.
The state of his hair. Shave that beard.
Yeah.
But they decided in the end that they were going to just take the belt off him, but rather than have him lose it in a match, they did a backstage angle on a pay-per-view where Randy Orton punted him and they just stripped him of the belt. And then CM Punk decided, I don't want to go for that belt anymore. And then he just sort of toiled around in the mid-card for years and years and years.
Yeah, dark times. And then it was really the Jeff Hardy feud, the heel turn with Punk then. That's when I fell in love with Punk first, and then it's off to the races from there.
I liked him before he was cool.
Yeah, well, this is one person, and it's weird because I'm sort of known as the CM Punk guy. I didn't like CM Punk before he was cool.
I remember at university, so this would have been 2005. I'm trying to think, when was I? Yeah, it's been 2005 because I was dating a girl at the time. So
that one other time.
One other time. So I'm a sleep talker, right? I talk in my sleep. I'm also a sleepwalker as well. Don't know if anyone knows this about me. I sleepwalk.
Yeah.
Did I say I made it like all the way downstairs recently?
You do some quite phenomenal things.
Yeah, I got down 2 flights of stairs fairly recently. Then realized where I was and walked back upstairs and went back into bed.
Covered in blood.
I remember sleep talking and waking up my partner. And she went, what is it? And I went, he's straight edge. And she went, what? I said, CM Punk. He's straight edge.
With the arms. And what did she say about that?
It's just spin me back to sleep. I think this is why I'm a little spoon. It's because I feel like my partners have to be the big restrain me, like, and make sure that I stay in bed all night.
You're too excited.
I was too excited because it just came out that I think that Punk was going to be going to ECW. So I was excited that CM Punk was going to be debuting on ECW soon.
So that story happened, and in the video package, Punk out of nowhere attacks Randy Orton at the Royal Rumble when Randy is facing Miz for the WWE Championship. Because Miz is not a strong champion. He never wins any of his own matches.
Apart from the ones against Jerry Lawler.
Apart from of course, the Jerry Lawler, which are the best ones.
They are the best matches he has as WWE Champion.
Genuinely really good matches.
Yeah. I don't even think it's close how much better they are than the other matches he has as champion.
So Punk and the new Nexus interfere. They cost Randy. And then Punk just has this run of promos where he reveals the super villain origin story. It's like, why did Punk attack Orton? Why? Well, it's because 2 years earlier, you punted me in the head at Unforgiven 2000. Over 2 years, 2008. And then we do get a brief shot of Forgotten Legacy member Manu, who's standing around in that segment.
Yep.
But yeah, he's such a good heel. The long-term booking really adds a lot of substance to the match.
That's why it feels like this is the best Randy Orton we're going to have, or best Randy Orton story we're going to get for this run. And I love the end line of that promo as well, when he goes like, "Now ain't that just a kick in the head?"
I was going to say the same thing. He's not going to be punting anyone in the skull at WrestleMania. Now ain't that a kick in the head? And the way Punk delivers it, it's like a down. Yeah. It's Jake the Snake. It's the quiet delivery. It's not the "I'm gonna see you at the Superdome, brother."
Yeah, you keep going. We're going to get some classic Punk lines, because in this run of episodes we're going to get to do, we'll have the "your arms are too short to box with gods" stuff that he has with The Rock. Yeah, I really enjoyed this.
And the pipe bomb.
And the pipe bomb.
Oh, well, we don't get to that in this, but
cover that.
It's in between now and our next episode.
So Punk, Orton is selling the leg throughout of this, and I really enjoyed Punk's mocking of Orton struggling to walk around the ring and stuff. And I've written here, it's like, man, Orton is not a guy we'll be talking about a lot this season, and unfortunately we won't be. Punk works over Orton, does the double stomp, off the corner, which become like Del Rio's finish.
Yeah.
Is that where you got to?
No, so I just wanted to show an example. This is Punk here. Randy Orton's in the tree of woe in the corner. I'll play it from here. So this is just, Punk is doing all the great Punk things where he does a lot of mocking of his opponent. Kevin Owens is very similar. He's like, "Oh, boo-hoo, do your taunt, wear your t-shirt," that sort of stuff. I feel like that's Punk's playbook. And Punk is hobbling around because he's mocking Randy's injured leg, which is why he can't do the punt, by the way. It's an important part of the story. And he doesn't hit the punt.
No, he doesn't. Punk didn't lie. Randy Orton can't punt someone.
Which is important, I think. And then, are you laughing at the position they're in, Rich?
It's glitched.
The ass, Bill! So just this really gets across that in the small subtle movements from Punk, how he's feeling as a character about Randy. So it's where he looks at the camera and just very, very briefly gets on the ring apron now. Randy Orton's in the tree of woe. Look at that. That is Punk. And he's looking at you. He's looking at the camera. He's breaking the fourth wall.
It's very good.
Brilliant.
So they do boo him when he starts signaling for the GTS, and he reverses the RKO with this great kick. Weirdly, lifts his head right up. So he boots Randy Orton going for the RKO. It's kind of a mad reversal of it. Orton, I've been trying to find a way to, in my notes, to write. You know when they do the spot when someone's standing up on the top rope, because he goes to do the Randy Savage elbow, and then you push the ropes and you fall down onto the top thing. I've been trying to, what is the best way for me to shorthand write in my notes what that is, so I know what that spot was.
You get crotch, don't you?
Yeah, crotch. But I feel like that, even then, I'm like, that's too many letters there. So I've now shortened it to Orton knobs Punk on the top rope. It's well written here. Okay. Orton knobs Punk as he goes for the Randy elbow.
We'll make that part of the Urban Dictionary of Wrestle Talk.
So Orton makes a comeback, but he's still in the legs. Punk starts using his MMA kicks, and he locks in the Anaconda Vice to... they say on commentary, the damage has been done to Randy Orton. Like, he's been working over the leg.
Yeah, I wrote that. I was like, well... Yeah, Punk really should be going for the leg more here.
Yeah, but he has to lock in the signature submission. Like, the damage has been done to Randy Orton in his leg. It's all connected, I guess. Orton sets up for the RKO, but he stops. And then, he does, the twisting around, the punching in the mats.
He's going to that dark place.
Going to that place that only Randy Orton knows. But then he goes into a different place. and he sets himself up to do the punt. And this is how over the punt is as well, like how Randy got the punt over. The crowd know exactly what he's going for, and you can see them like raising up to see it.
And it's the main part of this story.
Yeah. And he goes for it, and the leg buckles, and Punk's got this look on his face. And because I love this finish, because Punk sees that Orton has gone down. And
Can we watch it?
Yeah, we can watch it.
It's so
Yeah.
good. It's so good.
And watching it will do it better than me describing it.
Yeah. So this is from when Randy starts the 3, 2, 1.
Awesome.
Great.
Such a good finish.
And I know people might go, well, why would you, to avoid getting hit by the RKO, leap into the position where an RKO could be hit?
Then I'll ask Evan more than that.
I think it's okay because he just tried to approach him
Mm-hmm.
on the mat, and that was
Yeah.
oh. And he also thinks, well, he's been ground down a bit, so
I
don't mind it.
I also think it's okay because it's a cool finish.
Yes,
I
yeah,
think-
sometimes the cool defense.
Exactly. I thought it was so cool. Dave Meltzer would say, match was fine, slow and deliberate, finishing move, very good, 3 stars. Brian Alvarez would say, good finish, surprised Punk didn't go over to keep the feud strong, 3.25 stars.
Oh, I've got my notes here that the cube favors. Yes, yes, the cube favors Orton. Yes, well done, Randy. Not all the way down.
No, it's
Fair
only down
enough.
for the entrances.
Yeah, there it is. The cube approves.
Approves.
Yeah, the cube approves. Now, I just want to give a shout out to one sign in this. It's at 1 hour 21:23.
There was a sign that I particularly enjoyed that it was when Randy Orton, ironically, was doing this. It's just a sign that says in big letters, acting. That's when he knobs him.
So, yeah, Punk's been knobbed, and it's quite an elaborate sign. I hope I got the timestamp right. Orton's going to go for the superplex at this point, and you can sit. I mean, there it is. Randy Orton orange-o-meter. So it's a Randy Orton orange-o-meter, and that orange-o-meter is set at full tomato. He's a tanned boy.
We then get a dreadful backstage segment as Mean Gene is with The Rock, and he tells The Rock that he has upset John Cena's #1 fan. And The Rock's like, I want to, I'll have a word with him. And it turns out that fan is Pee Wee Herman.
We love Pee Wee Herman.
Pee Wee Herman's there, and he says, he does the "you can't see me" in the Pee Wee voice. But Rock sees potential in Pee Wee to be a man, not a little boy. And he says, do you want to be a man on Team Bring It or a kid on the Fruit Loop Troop?
Yeah. I wonder how, 6, 7-year-olds took this at the time, where someone they love, like John Cena.
I think we can find out because there will be people watching this video now. Brendan, this is 2011, so it's 15 years ago. There'll be people who were 6 years old watching this that might be watching us now that can tell us, what did you think of The Rock at this point? Because I can only come at this what I thought of it as a 20-year-old. 20, actually, I would do 23, 24 at this point. So like how I approach this. But yeah, how did actually I went to 26. How did other people approach this?
Yeah, because they're not very nice to John Cena.
No, they're really not.
Like, if you love John Cena and you're a 6, 7-year-old, I bet you hate The Rock at this time.
Well, look what happens in this segment is that, he asks, do you want to be a man on Team Bring It or a kid on the Fruit Loop Troop? And then he says, do you want to look like this? And Mean Gene walks in, dressed like John Cena. He's got the John Cena hat on. He's got the John Cena shirt on. And Pee Wee says, no, he looks like a tool.
And Gene says, I know you are, but what am I?
Which I believe is a Pee Wee joke. And then if you smell what the pea is cooking.
Yes.
I've then written in my notes, this company used to be fucking terrible. Dave Meltzer would say of the segment, personally, I'd have rather seen Daniel Bryan versus Sheamus.
Yeah, that would have been better.
Yeah. So we have a Hall of Fame induction. Bum, bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, da, ba, ba, bum. We have got such greats of the industry, such reliable greats of the industry that will cause no controversy, such as Abdullah the Butcher.
Why is he controversial, Luke?
Well, you know, maybe there's a blood. There's a documentary that's out around this time.
No, did it come out that time?
It came out. I think it was like the time that this was going on. The Abdullah documentary came out.
Well, just to read the Wikipedia section rather than say anything inaccurate. Abdullah the Butcher has been accused of infecting other wrestlers with hepatitis C through sharing a blade and/or cutting wrestlers without their knowledge. Canadian wrestler Hannibal Devon Nicholson, who said he had contracted hepatitis C when Abdullah bladed him without consent, pursued legal action.
Yep. That's all right. Yeah, okay, that's one controversy. Surely the next person that comes out won't have any controversy attached to them whatsoever. It's Sunny.
What's controversial about Sunny, Luke?
Well, how long have we got?
To be fair, because I looked into this, she hadn't yet been arrested for burglary.
To her credit, she hadn't done porn yet.
She hadn't done porn. She hadn't been arrested for driving drunk, nor arrested for a fatal car crash.
No.
Because for which she is currently in prison for.
And the irony of a lot of that, not the irony, but I suppose like I hate to use this word, sort of the funny thing about that, because none of everything that's happened to her in the last few years is funny. Like Sunny's always been like the tragic story of wrestling, you know, this downfall of like being like the most iconic woman of WWE. I know you want me, to them being like, oh, you see her now she's doing porn. Oh, have you seen she's now doing photos at conventions where you can be in bed with her and all this. She sold her Hall of Fame ring. But the reason that Sunny went into the Hall of Fame here is because they wanted her to be the first woman of WWE, because they couldn't have Miss Elizabeth be the first woman because she had a controversial drug-related death. So they needed to have someone more reliable to say, this is the stalwart of women in WWE, Sunny.
Yeah.
Who's
up next?
The Road Warriors.
Oh!
Hey, I mean, you know, Paul Ellering's there.
Paul Ellering, Road Warrior Animal. Of course, Hawk had died very young, comparatively, because
years before this,
a lot of drug abuse, yes.
Yeah, which they turned into a very bad angle towards the end of his run in the WWF. And then we get Drew Carey. He gets more heat than The Miz.
Well, look, he's the silly celebrity entrant into that year's Hall of Fame. He only ever did the one thing, which is Rumble 01. That's correct.
That's correct.
Yeah. However, I think both you and I agree, thoroughly deserved.
So the accolade, not the reaction he gets from this crowd.
Yes, the accolade of being in the Hall of Fame.
So this is a period of time when that Carey spot from Rumble 01 is like the worst thing that's ever happened in any Royal Rumble. This company will never sink to creative depths like they did in the 2001 Royal Rumble when Drew Carey was an entrant in the Royal Rumble. Oh, did they not know? So this booing here, time has been very kind to the Drew Carey Rumble spot, where now people look at it and I would say correctly see it as one of the all-time great Royal Rumble cameo appearances, because it's so funny.
Yes.
Really, really entertaining. But here, Drew Carey, this crowd, boo him mercilessly. And then we get future TNA Tag Team Champion star, Bullet Bob Armstrong.
He's okay. And Jim Duggan as well. They're okay.
Crowd love Jim Duggan.
Well done.
I should say future as well. It's past, actually, because it's like 2008. He tags with the Road Dogg to go for the TNA Tag Team Championships. But yeah, Bullet Bob Armstrong and Hacksaw Jim Duggan. And then the final guy, the one that really this Hall of Fame class is all here for, Shawn Michaels.
Who had retired the previous year in the epic Undertaker match and would, of course, sully that retirement 8 or so years later by wrestling the Brothers of Destruction in Saudi Arabia.
So I remember when... I remember this very clearly, actually. When the news came out that Michaels might be doing a coming out of retirement for the Saudi Arabia match. Like Meltzer reported he's coming out of retirement to do the Saudi Arabia match. And maybe I've got my timelines mixed up here. Because I remember someone telling me, yeah, it is going to happen. But I can't remember if they told me that first and the report then came out. It must have been the other way around. And the Meltzer report must come out, and then if someone told me, no, it is real. Because I don't think anyone believed Meltzer when he said it's going to happen. Because I was like, no, Sean has been so adamant he's never going to come out of retirement for anything. He doesn't want to do what Ric Flair did.
Yeah.
He wants to show The Undertaker the same respect that he wanted Ric Flair to have shown him. And then this guy told me, he's like, oh no, it is. Mm-hmm. It is actually happening. And it's going to be this. And it's going to be a tag match against the Brothers of Destruction. And I could not believe it. Because this retirement meant so much. And then it didn't. Do you know what else doesn't mean much? Up next, it is Michael Cole versus Jerry Lawler.
So we've spoken a lot about this already in terms of what's going on with the announcers at this time. This is by far the worst thing in the company. Mm-hmm. Because it invades every other thing.
Yes.
Because it's the commentators.
Correct. It has on this show.
Michael Lawler. Michael Cole has Jack Swagger in his corner. He's sort of his training person. Jerry Lawler is just by himself. Why is Stone Cold Steve Austin the special guest referee?
To get Austin on the show.
Why these days does Austin always say something that doesn't work for me, brother? He's reported for like 5 months before Mania, and then it falls apart because the creative's not strong enough for him. Why does he just end up as a special guest referee in this terrible angle?
Probably because he thought this would be a bit of fun. Because this is silly. This is wrestling nonsense, right? This is silly bollocks. This is two commentators having the second longest match on the show. It's like the third longest match or something.
Austin's smarter than that, and also he's a proud man, from what I can see.
But yeah,
but the Rock, his storied rival, is hosting this show. He's in the main event. I don't think today's Stone Cold Steve Austin in any way touches this, because he's like, yeah, but I'm the same level as The Rock. I shouldn't be doing this.
I wonder if... Because I don't know why this match is the way that it is. Because this match is really easy to do, much in the same way that Vince and Brett from the previous year was easy to do. And it turns out they learned 0 lessons from that debacle. and
WWE
decided to make the same mistakes and whole new ones for this match. But it's... Austin shows up. All he has to do is referee the match, do some silly comedy, drink some beers, give a stunner to Booker T, give a stunner to Josh Matthews, play your music, drink your beers, and off you go, ride your little ATV. That's a fairly simple setup for Steve. And he does it a couple of more times at WrestleMania down the line. Shows up, hits some stunners, drinks some beers, off he goes. I don't think it's out of the realms of madness.
I guess not. I guess he's become a lot more... His standards have raised in his older age. I forgot until you just mentioned, as if it couldn't get any worse, because Lawler and Cole are both in the match. It's just Josh Matthews by himself. And what could be worse?
Producer Richmond.
What could be worse than Josh Matthews by himself being joined by Booker T on commentary?
Booker is awful.
But he's somehow worse now.
Ooh.
Booker T is a worse commentator now than he is in this match.
Curious.
Because
I've never considered that. Because I've always just had he's a bad commentator. Because he is.
Yeah, he is. But he's just there for a one-off. He's saying things, shucky ducky. Now he's around a lot more. Yeah. And he tries. And that's worse.
Because he's a serious podcaster now.
Yeah.
Booker T comes out for commentary in here. The build-up for this, by the way, is, this gets so much TV time dedicated to it. Jerry Lawler has a match with Jack Swagger on the Raw before WrestleMania, where it ends in DQ because I guess we have to protect Jack Swagger of all people. But the most notable segment for me in the build-up to this is when they cut out Brian Lawler for this. They bring back Grandmaster Sexay Cole brings him out to be like, this is who you are, Jerry Lawler. And it basically is Brian Lawler to be there. It's like, this is what a terrible father you were, and how you tried to ride my coattails when I was part of Too Cool. And he just looks horrendous. He's got like less teeth in his head than there are people in the ring. And it is really quite sad.
Yeah, WWE would certainly go to some depths.
Yeah, they really would. So...
Oh, but JR's out there.
Well, yeah, so JR comes out, and you can tell immediately, because Vince is now not feeding lines to Cole, he's feeding them to Josh Matthews instead. Because JR comes out, and the first thing that Josh Matthews says is, there's been lots of rumors around that JR could be at WrestleMania, probably put out by Jim Ross. Because they can't help themselves but bury Jim Ross at every opportunity. They just keep bringing him back to bury him.
I don't get what Vince... I guess he's a bully. He's just picked out Jim Ross as someone he likes to bully.
Did the same thing with Finkel.
And so Jim Ross comes out with his...
That was pretty good. I mean, that did almost sound like it was about to go into Only Fools and Horses. No income tax, no VAT.
So you've got Josh Matthews in front of JR as he's coming out. And then JR's entrance gets cut off as he's halfway down the ramp. And of course, all the fans love JR. One of my big things at this time was, why isn't JR commentating everything?
That's why Michael Cole turns heel.
And... Michael Cole's music cuts off JR's entrance, and Michael Cole comes out with a microphone, and he's like, JR, everybody, the man with the second biggest ego in sports entertainment. Nice to see you waddle your way down to the ring, and that you've stayed in shape since I took your job.
That's it. Every opportunity they can get is just to bury Jim Ross.
And JR just walks around the ring, sits down, and Cole says... Yeah, Lawler and JR are both overweight, overrated, and over the hill. And it's like...
It's wild to me that it's kind of hard to get into the mindset of Vince and the company writ large. Because they hate Jim Ross on commentary. They don't like his southern accent. They don't like... He sounds too wrestling. It was why they got rid of him and replaced him with Michael Cole. So then JR would go elsewhere and do other jobs. And then they would hate that he was doing that. So they would offer him loads of money to come back, bury him while he's there, fire him again. He goes off, does something else, goes off and does the World of Sport special on ITV. And immediately is like, got to offer him a big contract, got to bring him back. Bring him back, bury him at every opportunity. I was like, why do you keep doing this?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, it's the partner who is very abusive to their other partner. And they go off. Like, well, no one else can have them.
Yeah, it's awful.
And
by the way, I should add as well, Cole comes out to crickets. Given how much TV time this has had, how much of dominating Cole is across Raw, crickets he comes out to.
Yeah, and I mean, this is also Jerry Lawler's first WrestleMania. That's what this is. The story, yeah, and. You look at the job they did for Flair, which is, his last match in theory, or Michaels, and you can see how WWE, when they want to, they can do a really good job of treating a legend with the sort of respect and honor they deserve. I know Lawler's if you just take Lawler as a wrestling character, or what he's done in wrestling, you've got to treat him the same way. And it's a shame that his first and only ever WrestleMania match is this, when we saw just months ago the amazing match and the drama and the emotion that he had in is it a ladder match with The Miz?
The TLC match.
TLC match, you're right. We could have had something like that here.
Yeah.
Lawler could be going for the United States Championship against a heel Daniel Bryan.
That'd have been awesome. That'd have been so good.
Look at that. But no, we've got to have this feud with Mike. Even have freaking Lawler win that US title belt. Give him a 2-day reign.
I feel that this is huffing farts again, using that as an analogy. Vince finding the Michael Cole thing too entertaining, being like, that should be the match. We should do Michael Cole versus Jerry Lawler, and Lawler can beat Michael Cole. But even then, Lawler loses this match.
Yeah.
His one and only WrestleMania match is awfully bad. I say this again. I've got to watch this match again coming up because we're doing this for worst match ever. I have to watch this a second time in like 2 weeks. And this whole thing is like half an hour long between like all the entrances and stuff because you got Jack Swagger's entrance with his awesome music.
Yeah, it's great.
It's so good. Yeah. This little Rage Against the Machine knockoff thing. It's so great. And then the glass shatters as he's doing the press ups, and he gets this look on his face and goes, huh? And he stands up and then he gets run over by Austin on the ATV. Then Lawler comes out and look how many notes I have for this match.
I know. It's so long.
I don't know if anyone can see this, but I've got like a full well over a paragraph of notes of everything that happens in this match. Because here's how this match should go. Exactly what should have happened last year. Because all you had to do for Brett and Vince last year was a kick to the dick, sharpshooter, Vince taps. That's it. All you needed here was some Jerry Lawler punches, the fist drop, strap down, pile driver, 1, 2, 3, we can go home. But what we get is Michael Cole stalling, trying to do a deal with Jerry Lawler and apologize for him so they can try and recreate the moment where Jerry tried to pull his face through the coal mine and it gets all pressed up. Only it's not as good as the first time they did it on Raw. So it's a lesser version of a good angle they did going in on Raw. And then Jerry Lawler beats him up around the coal mine. And then I've written here, right, so pile driver, we're done, right? And then we get...
No pile driver.
Well, no, we'll come to that later. And then Swagger attacks Jerry behind Steve Austin's back for the heat, I guess.
Yeah, that's correct.
And then we get Michael Cole working over Jerry Lawler.
Yeah, and I feel sorry for Kurt Angle and all this.
Because he got hacked.
He's got the ankle lock in, and yeah, Kurt's just there. He's in bed. Kurt's been fast asleep like a baby for a couple of hours
idea
now.
This is going on.
And he's going to wake up tomorrow with a lot of, messages that have been sent out publicly pretending to be him. But he does agree with some of the things that are said. About how they're all using the ankle lock in this match.
Yeah. And it goes on and on and on. I mean, go through it.
It's about a 12-minute match.
Yeah. So
which is long.
Cole works over Jerry. It's not very good. Cole tries to do a Vader bomb, which, the swagger bomb.
Yeah.
But he gets too nervous on the middle rope, right? So he runs up really slowly, gingerly steps over Jerry Lawler, climbs up onto the middle rope. He's like, 1, 2, 3. Whoa. Gets too scared to do it. Oh, I've got this. 1, 2, 3. Whoa. He's too scared to do it. I'll climb down one rope. 1, 2, 3. You're like, okay. And then Jerry moves. No, Cole hits the move successfully, then continues to work over Jerry Lawler. How is the match this bad?
You're totally right. That is a setup for the non-wrestler comedy character for the match to change. And yeah,
no,
you're totally right.
So then Cole takes the strap down and he puts on the Ann Cole lock.
When the pun's that good, I've got to disagree with Kurt Angle.
Lawler, at this point, starts to come back. Swagger throws in the towel. Steve Austin picks up the towel, dabs his head with it.
It's a really good
That's
spot.
a funny spot. Swagger gets in to argue with Steve Austin. Stunner to Swagger. This match is somehow still ongoing. Drop kick to Michael Cole. Then he does the strap down, does the fist drop. 1, 2. Oh, no, I think we need to school Michael Cole. So then he puts him in. I said, not for nothing, but Booker's terrible in this match. And then Cole has it, and Lawler puts on the ankle lock, and Michael Cole starts tapping out. The finish to this is so bad because they put on the ankle lock, and Michael Cole taps, and Steve Austin goes, "What do you say? Are you tapping out? Do you give up?" And he's tapping. He's like, "Yes, I give up." "I can't hear you. Do you give up?" "I can't hear you. I can't see what you..." "Yes, I give up. I tap out." So he goes, "Are you?" "Oh, he's tapped out." Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
There's no payoff to any of that. Surely the payoff to that is you let go of the hold, you do a move, then you pin him.
The pile driver. Yeah.
The pile driver.
Yeah. King's
No.
famous finish.
Host Austin goes, I don't see you tapping. Now I do. Ding, ding, ding. That's the end of the match.
Yeah.
It's so flat. And the crowd go, oh, is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that the finish? How is it this bad?
Yeah, it really is. But all the things you've said are definitely true, and then it keeps going. There's a lengthy post match.
This, even without the entrance in the post match, this match bell to bell is longer than Edge and Del Rio.
So
how is this longer than Edge and Del Rio?
So we've had all the long entrances. We've had Cole's pre-match promo stuff. We've had the long match with all the things that Luke's just described. And then, just get this. Lawler's music plays, but then Stone Cold's music plays. And they drink beer.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Fine.
That's the end. Nope, wait. Booker T gets in. He wants to do a spinneroonie because Tough Enough. Tough Enough is coming out soon. That's why Booker T's here, by the way. Booker T's music now plays. Stone Cold laughs, gets him a beer. Then Stunner's Booker T. Okay, right. Booker spits beer everywhere. Yeah. Okay, fine. Surely it's end now. Oh, no. Then the Raw Anonymous General Manager emails. Josh Matthews reads it and reads out that the referee has overstepped their authority. Therefore, Jerry Lawler is DQ'd. And Michael Cole is the winner. The crowd start to chant bull S-word. Lawler throws Josh Matthews, who is just the messenger here, into the ring. He gets stunned. Now it's Jerry Lawler and JR on commentary. Okay, well, that's good. Kind of. I mean, it's not top end.
It's not
JR.
1998 anymore.
And, Lawler ends up wearing a Stone Cold t-shirt, which is the exact same one that Punk later wears for his pipe bomb promo. So, yeah.
My favourite moment of this whole thing is when the laptop dings. JR says, I don't like this email stuff. That salty JR. It's like an origin of salty JR, right?
Get on the phone like a real man.
I don't even think it's that. I think it's just like, I think this creative is bad.
Yes.
I don't like this email stuff.
So, why should Cole now be declared the winner?
Because the feud can continue. They have another match.
Oh my god!
They have a tag match, yeah.
So this is.
And if I remember correctly, it's Swagger and Cole versus JR and King.
You know what? That rings a hell of a bell.
I think it's at Backlash. I think it's the next pay-per-view. I'm going to double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's what they do.
And this reminds me of another thing that I was feeling at the time watching it. And to be honest, like, it is sort of based on a false memory fallacy. This idea that WrestleMania is the climax of all feuds. That's never true. It's like the King of the Ring winner always creates a new WWE champion. No. But when this happened, I was like, and the main event with The Rock and John Cena and The Miz, it's just like, but this is meant to be the finale of the season.
Yeah.
This is just carrying on.
So, double check, I was correct. It is Michael Cole and Jack Swagger versus Jerry Lawler and Jim Ross at Extreme Rules, not Backlash. That's my millennial brain there, thinking that the next pay-per-view was always going to be Backlash. In a country whipping match that Cole and Swagger win. Does he actually get a win in any of this? I'm going to quickly double check this, because I've blocked all of this, like, out of my mind.
It's coming back, though. I thought WWE liked Lawler, though. Why are they... Is it because he's near JR?
Oh, do you think that's what it is?
I don't know.
Return to WWE. They haven't got his feud as with Michael Cole.
Well, I'll move on to the next part, which is... It's Fan Access. There's a recap of Fan Access. People have come from Australia. There's some Irish people here to meet Sheamus. There's a funny clip of HBK getting a signature from Triple H. Then it's like, here's all the other things we've done for the local government.
Okay, so over the limits, he beats Michael Cole in a Kiss My Foot match. Had Lawler lost, he would have had to give up his Hall of Fame ring to Michael Cole and induct Michael Cole into the Hall of Fame.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's WWE. Here's all the great things we've done for the Atlanta local government over the WrestleMania week. Booker T, Miz, Bryan, Kofi, and Nikki Bella go to play golf. Triple H goes to the Atlanta governor to do a speech. and there's some charity things. It's a corporate event.
It's a corporate event. But, you know, there's no space on the main show for Danielson and Sheamus to have a match. So I need to give you the reviews of that match, by the way. So Dave Meltzer would say, Lawler was selling this lousy-looking ankle lock. It wasn't quite Hogan selling for Jay Leno, but it wasn't far off either. 1 star. Which I think is generous. Brian Alvarez would say, Cole's goofy gear was funny, but it only would have worked had the match went 2 minutes and Lawler killed him. Instead, Swagger attacked Lawler behind Austin's back and put him in the ankle lock, at which point Lawler began to sell for Michael Cole. Forever. Lawler selling for Cole's horrifically bad offense was, in fact, worse than Brett versus Vince's match last year, and that's saying something. Cole was just so ridiculously bad, and Lawler kept selling and selling. Cole worked over his leg. That was the idea, at least 1/2 star.
You know what, though? Lawler is an all-time great in the ring. Great seller. Great punches. Michael Cole is a novice. Terrible. So if you took both men's wrestling ability and averaged it out to both of them, I still think it's higher than The Miz and John Cena.
Yeah.
I think the best work in this match from Lawler, throwing punches, is better than anything Miz and Cena do.
I think you're right. Actually, genuinely, that you're 100% correct on that. I don't think you've said a word out of place there. Last couple of things on that. Why doesn't he do the pile driver? It's a banned move.
Yes.
Unless you're Undertaker or Triple H. It's a banned move. You're not allowed to do that move. So that's why you can't end it with the pile driver.
Which is really exciting because as part of this series in episode 4, Elimination Chamber, we will probably talk about the Punk Cena pile driver, which happened on Raw.
Very controversial.
The following year.
And the other thing is the very funny story about this, because Michael Cole was so nervous to do this match. And he's backstage, but, you know, like ready to go out. And he is shaking and he's shivering and he's in the gear that he's in, right? And Undertaker walks past him, looks at him and says, "What has this business come to?" And that is the last thing that Michael Cole heard before he had to go out and have a match that's nearly as long as CM Punk versus Randy Orton.
Full credit to the guy. You know, I hated what he was doing, but in terms of commitment to the bit and going out there,
he committed to it.
Didn't put a foot wrong in terms of what the company wanted him to do.
Yeah, did a trilogy of matches. Speaking of trilogy of matches, it's time for the second in a trilogy of matches, but...
Fake news! This is the first one!
But, shh, the first one didn't really happen. It's Triple H versus The Undertaker. That's a good clap. I will do a pause there just in case we can get the videos, because we could probably download them somewhere. I said it at the top of the show. Like the man in orthopedic shoes, I stand corrected.
In honor of Lawler, that's a Lawler line.
It's a Lawler line. This is awesome.
It's a masterpiece.
The announcement of this match was so cool because it's Undertaker. He comes out and just as he's about to, like, I don't know, say something or be the Undertaker, Triple H's music hits. The place goes bonkers for all of this. Triple H walks down. He stands in the ring. And the pair of them just look at the WrestleMania sign, look back at each other, nod, and the match is on. It's proper like chilled. It's so good. Can't create any new stars. But the stars that they do have from the from the Attitude Era are awesome.
And, you know, just every fiber of Triple H's being to keep that, like, you know, let's make this simple. It doesn't need any over-egging of the pudding. And Triple H's like, yeah, but someone could attack someone. And I could eventually be revealed as the mastermind. And then it'll be a twist where I'm actually not the mastermind, but then I am the mastermind.
So why isn't the WrestleMania X7 match part of this story?
I think it's because they wanted to do Alien Quadrilogy. They wanted a 4-parter of Shawn, Triple H. and
not making a 5-part.
Yeah, because it was just that's part of another era.
But you can make it part of the story.
I agree.
Because
I don't really know is the truth.
Because Triple H's whole deal in this, because he has this very cool promo where he's like, I've done everything there is in WWE. I've won every championship there is. I've won every accolade you can do. The only thing I've not done, the only thing left for me is conquering the streak and ending the Undertaker, because when the streak dies, you die too. I can be the man that retires the Undertaker and end an era, which becomes like the tagline for the rematch they do at WrestleMania next year, the end of an era.
But that doesn't, that story doesn't negate the existence of X7.
That's what I was about to say, is you can say, you have beaten me once before, but I was a different guy back then. That was, 13 years ago. Well, no, not 13 years ago. It would have been 10 years ago. It would have been, that was 10 years ago. Think of all that I've done in those 10 years, and think of everything you haven't done in those 10 years, because you can barely walk now, and I can be the guy to beat you. And it has that last line. He's like, there can only be one last outlaw, and his name is Jeff Jarrett.
I totally agree. It's weird that match isn't mentioned or clips of it aren't shown. It's more weird by its absence.
Yes,
and that is a mark against the story. I can't remember if this is in the build, so you might have to correct me. But after the 2 years of HBK, and then HBK going into this year's Hall of Fame, and the following year we'll get this excellent Hell in a Cell match with Shawn as the special guest referee. Why isn't Undertaker ending Shawn Michaels' career part of the motivation for Triple H?
That's interesting. I don't think that was part of the build. I don't recall it being.
Because I always, even when I was watching, I was like, now we're going to get the bit where Triple H also says, and you retired my best friend, I'm getting revenge.
Well, that would make Triple H not the main character anymore. And, it should really be about him. When I'm not in the room, people should be asking, where's Triple H?
So are we both asking seriously here why a Triple H feud doesn't involve a reference to him losing at WrestleMania and trying to make him not the main character? Okay, well, that's why it is. That's why it is.
We've answered all of our questions, I guess. It's so funny looking back on my notes on this, because I went into this match arms folded, because in my head I was like, this is the weakest of the three. I don't remember enjoying this match at all. And actually, it's now that I can sit back and reflect upon it and look at my notes that I've made and how much I loved this match watching it, it was 3 a.m. I was tired. I was on my own, and I'd watched a bad WrestleMania. And this did not do enough to wake me up, knowing that the main event was John Cena versus The Miz. And so I've just got bad negative energy and connotations to this show as a whole that has made me think that this is not a good match.
I loved the match when it happened. And it's even better than I remember it. I really must admit. And it's got one of my favorite spots of all time.
Is it the finish?
No, it's the kick out.
Oh, yeah.
It's the Triple H Tombstone Pile Driver kick out, full on Undertaker pin, cross the arms, and Taker kicks out. And
great.
Triple H scurries back across the ring.
Yeah.
And it's not the best kick out of all time. It's the best reaction to a kick out.
Yeah. And they amazingly get to do it again the following year, and they level it up the following year as well. But I love how this match just starts off hot. Like, it is just immediately, like, Triple H just pushes Taker into the coal mine, and Taker's got this incredulous look on his face of like, oh, is that how we're starting here? Because it's no holds barred this match as well. They can, it's no DQ or anything like that. And Triple H goes for the pedigree on the table, but Taker backdrops him to the floor. It's like some gnarly stuff, right into this. And then he does the big dive to the top. Triple H barely catches him on that point, but unlike your man at WrestleMania 25, got zero heat for it.
Taker just headbutts the floor. Yeah. That's what he does. Yeah, and this is what I said at the top of the show, that they are having a Paul Heyman layout match, which is big move, finisher, weapon spot, boom, 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 kick out, kick out, kick out. Like, there's there's very little move variety in this match. Probably like 15 different moves used, but they're all really high impact and exciting. And the selling comes between those moves. And I kept on waiting for the bit when Triple H would just start the ground and pound.
So
And
the rest holds.
Yeah, the rest holds and stuff. And it didn't come. And I was like, but Paul Heyman's not in the company right now. That style of match was popularized with Brock Lesnar and his return and throwing John Cena around WrestleMania. So not WrestleMania, Extreme Rules. Is that right?
Sort of to a degree. The problem is that Brock loses that match.
Yes.
Yeah.
But still, the action of the match.
I think the Paul Heyman template match that I think you're thinking of, I think starts with the Goldberg feud.
Well, that's the best one, the 2016. Yeah,
that idea of just doing, you go in there and you do 5 minutes and you just do, you used to call it a punk.
It's a punk rock song.
Punk rock song.
Yeah.
You go in there and you just spam your finishes for 5 minutes and you go home.
Yeah, it's like when you're looking down an album track listing and you're like, this song's 2 minutes, 2 seconds. There is no fat on this tune. It's a Ramones song. It's the Ramones' greatest hits. Next track. But yeah, it is all those big moves. It starts immediately. It is almost an anti-Triple H WrestleMania match.
It is. Absolutely. You're completely right. Because Triple H's style is he emulates the NWA main event match style.
Which is really good. And I mean this with all due respect. I just don't think he's good enough to do that style. It's so difficult to do. Like, Cody can do the NWA main event style, and he does it so well. Nick Aldis can do the NWA World Heavyweight Championship style, those main events. Bobby Roode.
Jeff Jarrett can't. Jeff Jarrett could not do those NWA main event style matches, which is why he was not a great NWA World Heavyweight Champion.
I'm going to push back slightly. I do think Triple H is good enough to do those matches. I think his ego gets the better of him.
Maybe, okay.
I think he thinks, well, it has to be half an hour long, when actually really it should be a 20-minute match. Because he's the star.
Yeah.
Speaking of
massive entrances,
can we talk about the entrance?
Yeah, Triple H's entrance. So I wrote my notes here. I was like, you can tell this is the start of part-timer Mania, where like the part-timers come in and get the massive entrances and stuff. Because Triple H's entrance here, Rivens.
So loads of people come out, Roman Centurions with shields. This is the same year that the Shield's going to debut.
Oh, is it?
Next year. There it is.
The Skull King, or whatever it is called. They really thought this was going to be like, this is going to be a huge merchandise thing for them. Stephanie McMahon was like, we're going to do comic books. There's going to be films about the Skull King character.
And that's what I love about Triple H, because, bless him, he does have that little... I love drawing my characters, and I'm going to draw the logo and stuff.
Boom.
Oh, are we still? Yeah, it's just gone all dark.
It takes a while, and then he has to get rid of the costume and stuff.
Yes. But yeah, it's a full-on entrance. But the cube does not favour either man.
Does it not?
No, because these are cool entrances.
Oh,
Triple H is like, I don't want the cube will draw attention away from me. It's weird seeing him with long hair as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Taker entrance.
His little glasses. Biggest WrestleMania entrance ever.
Taker's entrance is 3 minutes 26 seconds, which is over twice as long as the 8-man tag earlier.
It's why you had to, cut time elsewhere in the show to make time for the part-timer entrances. And this is what, this whole WrestleMania thing is going to become. It's never about the guys that are there all the time. It's about the legends from the other era getting all of the shine, getting all of the spotlight, and then not being there for the next pay-per-view, and everyone just looking like the leftover chump change. And it's why the buy rates never carry on over from WrestleMania to the next one, because you're not doing WrestleMania to build up your new guys.
Should we get back into the match?
Oh, yes.
Can
I run through my favorite spot?
You go through it.
Because I love this spot, because I agree with you. I love the one you mentioned earlier. But for me, it's they do this moment when they have like the spine buster through the announcer's table, and then Taker hits this desperation choke slam. It really is like I just need to stop you for just a second so I can catch my breath.
That's back in the ring.
Triple H does the 10 punch spot, Taker reverses that into the last ride. Do you know what would have been awesome? That's the finish to the WrestleMania X7 match. Could have played into that a little bit. But he reverses that into a pedigree. Undertaker reverses that into the Snake Eyes, and he drops him into the Snake Eyes, runs off against the ropes. But then Triple H hits him with a spine buster, the move that started this sequence of events. It's so good. And I'm telling you, my notes proper reflect my folded arms attitude. Because I talked about the video package. In fairness, the segment announcing the match was quite good. And then starts off hot. And then I get to that, but I was like, that was good. And then the rest of it is like, this is awesome. This is so good. And I get so into this match the longer it goes on.
Yeah, because it's a lot like AJ Styles and John Cena Rumble 2017.
Yeah.
I want to say. Where it's lots of finishers and kickouts. Because Taker hits a tombstone, Triple H kicks out, sells out.
That comes later.
There's a double down. Triple H hits a second pedigree. That's a kick out. A third pedigree. Undertaker kicks out again. And it's this great story about who is tougher.
Yeah.
Words don't need to be exchanged between them in that first angle that sets this all up. This is who is the tougher badass here.
I think Meltzer had it right as well, was that it plays off what they did in the Shawn match the previous year, which was the stay down, why won't you die? Only now it's Triple H is in that position, because he does say, stay down, why won't you die? And there's this awesome moment when Taker grabs him by the throat from the ground for a chokeslam, and Triple H just shoves his hand off.
Yeah.
It's nothing. He's like completely overpowered him. It's like, I've hit you with 3 pedigrees. It's time for you to stay down. So he goes out and he gets this chair. He does the tombstone then, doesn't he? He does the throat slit and he does the tombstone. Yeah, let's watch it.
Is this the spot?
This is the spot.
So it's well, that was a good
Well
bit to go on to.
Guy who had that sign you loved earlier has now got a really big sign with lots of words on it.
There's so Taker's trying to do the sit-up spot, and to me that is just this guy, this person from your childhood who is a superhero presence. He's a supernatural evil dead man guy. He is slowly becoming a man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He is all the powers stripped away from him. The magic doesn't exist anymore, kids. He's at the end of his road.
That's a nice way to put
And
it.
every time he tries to sit up, it's another thing like, no, he's gone. It's all gone. Your childhood's over, guys. And that's when Triple H is saying, stay down, and Taker grabs him by the throat, like you said. And that turns into this tombstone.
Yeah. You're going to put the sound back on. You need the pop for this.
God damn it, Netflix. So it's not just Triple H who's realizing, wait, he is real. The supernatural Undertaker is a thing. It's all of us.
Yeah.
Because we've just been told over the story of this match in incremental doses. No, Undertaker's a man. He's a man. He's going to die. He's going to retire. And then that happens. And it's like all of the stuff that you gave up on from your childhood comes rushing back in one moment.
So good.
Yeah.
It's so great. And I can't say enough good things about that spot in particular. The selling that Taker does, and Triple H's selling of it in particular. But it comes out. I've been told for the last year or so that there's more to wrestling than wrestling, and it's about the story you tell before you. Like, wrestling is actually the least important part of wrestling because it's the story you tell before it. And I point to this and be like, no, it's the story you tell in the match, because that's what creates the magic. Yeah. And that's what creates this moment. You don't have this moment isn't there because of the story they did before they got to the match. This moment matters here because of the story they've told within the match itself between bell to bell. Because then Triple H's like, right, well, I've had enough of this then. So he goes out and he gets the sledgehammer. We actually have skipped over the chair shots as well, because I think that's before the pedigrees and stuff. And he gets the sledgehammer, and Taker locks in essentially a desperation Hell's Gate. And Triple H starts Triple H is selling at the Hell's Gate's awesome. He's flailing around. He drops the hammer in the process. Then spends the rest of the Hell's Gate trying to find the hammer, trying to find where he dropped it. It's like finding your keys in the dark. and he can't find it. And then he finally gets it, and he lifts it up, and it's just not enough. He just found it just that moment too late, and he fades, and then just gives this weak tap out. I love that he tapped out, that it wasn't a pass out moment. It is, you beat me, and he taps out.
And that's important. That's a really important part of the double bill, really, of their feud.
Exactly, because what happens next is that Triple H walks out of this match. He's the one who stands up and he walks out. But doctors have to come out and help the Undertaker to the back. They have to put him on the little cart and take him to the back. Because that builds to the match next year, which is Triple H says, you beat me last year, but only one man walked out of that ring, and it was me. I know I can beat you. I know I can end the streak. I just need one more shot at doing it, and it will be the end of an era. And I love that JR and Cole say nothing. JR and Lawler say nothing. They are silent throughout all of this. It's awesome.
It's almost worth the Michael Cole match to kayfabe right out Michael Cole from commentary for this match.
Yeah.
The finish as well it comes at the perfect time, because that tombstone, the kick out, the sledgehammer bit, that's like 2 minutes. And I feel like if that was a Triple H Batista match, that would have happened, and they would have carried on for 5 more minutes.
Agreed.
But this finishes at exactly the right time. I just got up this shot because Undertaker's asleep.
Oh, he's
long
a sleepy
match,
boy.
long match. Go, Taker, mate, wake up. Wake up. It's school time.
I thought that was the NXT logo behind it.
It does look like it, doesn't it? That's the XX.
It's 27.
XVII.
Because the traitors all over again. Dave Meltzer gave it 4.5 stars. I think he's undersold it.
Well, I wouldn't give it 5 stars, but I'd give it like 4 3/4.
Me too.
So I was only 0.25 off.
Brian Alvarez would say, I won't lie, I wasn't feeling this match going in. The first angle they did was great, but the promos didn't really light my world on fire, and while I loved the deal with Michaels, Taker, and Triple H on the go-home show, I still had in my mind that Taker is old and broken down, coming off shoulder surgery for a shoulder that is probably permanently damaged, facing a guy who's had 3 matches in the last year. I figured it would be good, but nowhere near the level of Taker versus HBK. I was effing wrong. This was right up there with the other two, and in fact, I'd say that it was better than last year's Taker versus Shawn, and neck with the first one. An unbelievably great effing match live, and that's without the calls by Jim Ross, since we couldn't hear the commentators. A masterpiece. People are going to kill me for this rating. 4 3/4 stars.
I agree.
I 100% agree there. I also agree. I think it is better than Taker Michaels 2. I don't know if I'd say it's on par as their first one, though. I don't think it's on par as
the first one's better.
The 25 match, I think, is, of the quadrilogy, I still think the 25 is the best of the lot. But I think that this is better than Michael's Taker 2. And I love the Hell in a Cell match we get on the next WrestleMania.
What a turnaround for you. What a journey you've been on.
Genuinely, I've got that in my notes here. That was so much better than I remember. I was so wrong. I've been so wrong, because I've been saying for years how I thought that match wasn't very good. I was so wrong.
Sometimes, and I get this a lot with movies, I'll never write if like the movie, I respect the director or I like the actors, but I don't like the film, I'll always be like, but maybe that was me. Let me, in a couple of years' time, I won't trash it. I'll watch it a second time to make sure it wasn't just me on a bad day.
Yeah.
And because, like, think of all the things you've rewatched and gone, actually, this is amazing.
I think it's because the Hell in a Cell match next year is so good. I think it's just like, oh no, that's the great one, and it does. There's no like the first one's just not as good, because that next one is so great. And actually, I was wrong. It's just like this one's great. It's just this one's even better, somehow even better than what this first one was.
Well, should we crash back down to earth?
Well, I suppose we're
the
going
worst match on the card, supposedly.
It's Lay Cool and Dolph Ziggler versus John Morrison, Trish Stratus, and Snookie.
Snooker.
So Vicky Guerrero comes out to her excuse me shtick.
She is dating, I believe, Dolph Ziggler in storyline here.
Yeah, they don't say it like on, we all know as an audience, but, they're just business associates or something along those lines. And Lawler, they use this opportunity to start calling Vicky Guerrero fat. and it's like she is a normal looking person. It's like fatty, fat. Lay Cool is such a worse version of the Beautiful People.
Yeah, but I like Lay Cool. I thought they were good, but they're not the Beautiful People.
I think I was too much in the TNA, in my soul to be like they're just not a good version of the Beautiful People. They just literally like Control C, Control V, but you formatted without pasted without formatting.
Yeah.
And then Trish Stratus comes out and Jerry Lawler says the weird line, "Oh, daddy."
Huh. Jerry Lawler says that.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, says. Oh, daddy.
Oh, daddy.
Weird. Snookie is tiny.
Yeah, but do you know what? I wish it was Melina.
So it was supposed to be, right?
Well, this is the joke. John Morrison gets heat. Is this the John Morrison heat match?
This is the John Morrison heat match because he doesn't celebrate enough with Trish and Snookie afterwards.
I watched this.
I thought he did.
He's raising the arm. He's smiling.
I was looking out for it because I know that this is the John Morrison heat match. And I was looking out, so I was like, where's the moment when he gets the heat? And I was like, he's celebrating with them all the time.
Yeah, there's not enough match or post-match to not celebrate. If you don't know the story, John Morrison was in a real-life relationship with Melina at the time, and he was miffed that Melina wasn't in this match, and Trish Stratus, who is not a frequent performer, and Snooker, I've just realised it's Jimmy Snooker. I didn't mean that.
No, I thought you were just saying snooker. Like you were saying snooker weird.
Yeah.
Because people
I was doing snooker weird, but now I realise it's also Jimmy Snooker.
Because people often say the snooker.
Yeah. I'm just going to say Snookie now. Because Snooki was a celebrity, they took Melina's place.
Yeah. I mean, what a match she missed out on being a part of.
Well, she would have done some cool splits and acrobatic stuffs with Snooki.
Yeah, but Snooki does that, so you don't need Melina's to do that. Yes, but she is so small. Like, she's like, I mean, I know this because my wife's 4'11", and whenever I see her, I was like, oh, that's, the size of my wife, it probably is as well. And she slaps Dolph Ziggler because Dolph's like, you don't belong here. This is for wrestlers. This is a match designed to bring the crowd down after the great thing, and then can heat them right back up for the main event. Trish has the match won with a chick kick, but Dolph breaks it up. Morrison does Starship Pain to the outside. You didn't need to do that, John. No one cares enough about this match to do that. Snooki gets tagged in and the crowd boos her. And then she does this handspring back elbow and the crowd go, oh, that was great!
Should we watch it? Because it's essentially what Speedball Mike Bailey does at all indie shows.
That's a perfect reaction for that.
All the things I've said today, that's the thing that broke. So where is it? It's near the end.
Because I was going to say, like, it's the China spot.
Yeah.
Only, she's like half the size that China was.
Just like Mike Bailey.
Just like Mike Bailey.
Yeah. I'm going to have to do the skip 10.
No, you need to skip forward 10.
Was that was that the near fall?
Yeah.
Oh, then it's a while off then.
That's the breakup. Then we need to tag Snooki in. Bear in mind, it's the first thing she does after she tags in.
So she's going to get tagged in.
So I bury Michelle McCool a lot at every opportunity I can get. Credit to her, she saw that she was going to miss her mark.
Oh yeah, she sort of pelvic thrusts into her.
She jumps forward so Snooki can hit the move like a pinpoint accuracy. You asked me what I was listening to the other day because I burst out laughing. But I was listening to an episode of Gorilla Position, and they were talking about when Michelle McCool was in the Raw Netflix debut, and Michael Cole said she's one of the greatest women's champions of all time. And James D'Lo of Gorilla Position went, behave. She's not the best women's champion within a 5-foot radius.
But yeah. That's the match.
Yeah.
Just gets the pin.
No, she doesn't. Snooki gets the pin.
Snooki gets the pin.
She does she does a cartwheel over Michelle McCool, does a little splash, and then she wins. And, the crowd enjoyed the handspring.
Yeah.
And enjoyed seeing Trish. Oh, daddy. Dave Meltzer would say they had no time and had to rush through stuff. 1 star.
So do you want the answer, the cliffhanger.
Can I just quickly do Brian Alvarez's review? Fans hated Snookie, but then she proceeded to do the best round-off back handspring to anyone in WrestleMania history, smashing Michelle in the corner, and then followed it up with a round-off into a splash for the pin. Pretty much everybody in the entire building turned and looked at the person next to them and said something to the effect of, "Holy yes!"
Yeah.
Snookie, who it turns out is a former cheerleader and gymnast, in 5 seconds went from an annoyingly, seemingly unathletic, bitchy reality TV show star that everyone hated to an athlete in pro wrestling match, and it blew people's minds. Star and 3/4.
This is what, unfortunately, I think gets lost for, because a lot of people don't like Snooki because they don't like the idea of Jersey Shore. And I imagine haven't actually watched enough of Jersey Shore to get a sense of the people.
Never seen an episode in my life, but this is an era of reality TV that was making celebrities out of regular folk. And that, there was this sort of a pushback against that by a certain portion of the population, but obviously it was far outweighted by people who liked the show. Yeah. A larger portion of the population liked it than those who didn't, but those who didn't like it were more vocal.
Yeah. No, I think it was widely liked. The reason she's booed here is because, but even the reaction to it, the reason she's booed here is because she's not a wrestler.
Exactly, she's a celebrity.
But she's a nice person.
Probably is.
She comes off as quite nice, and she gets in fights and she gets drunk and stuff, but who doesn't?
Who doesn't in their 20s?
She's real.
She's in her 20s. That's what you do in your 20s. It's what I did in my 20s, and I was not as famous as Snooki.
The JWoww was a bit nastier, I'd say. She was more quick to aggression than Snooki. And I can't remember her name, but there was this one that they all just hated. And rightly so, she was always just being annoying and stuff, and they would scream at her. It was funny. But anyway, Mike, the situation.
The situation. What is the L?
What is the L? It's GTL. It's what Mike, the situation, and every self-respecting man should live by. Jim. Tan. Jim.
Laundry.
Laundry.
I remembered it's laundry. Washing your clothes.
Isn't it such a steep drop-off of coolness? Gym, tan, laundry. I've written here it's like sex, perfume, and ironing.
But also, I guess, if you go into the gym, you're sweating in your clothes, which means you've got to do your laundry. And if you're tanning, you're getting all of that onto your clothes, which means you've got to do your laundry. So you can't do the first two without the third.
You just got to look fresh when you go out to the bay. And to do that, you got to look pumped. You got to have your muscles. You've got to have.
This is why I didn't like the show.
You've got to be the right shade of orange, Randy Orton,
Claudia Winkleman,
and you've got to have crisp threads.
I see.
Laundry. No one wants dirty, smelly laundry.
This is. I didn't talk about this on the Raw podcast that we did last week. But I did write in my notes, that Jey Uso Gunther segment. I wrote in my notes here, I was like, I think it says a lot about me as a person, but I'm looking at these two guys in a ring, and I'd rather go out for a drink with Gunther than I would Jey Uso. Yeah. And I think what says a lot about me as a person is that is everything that you've just said there. But the thing that jumped out to me was, where's my cursor? Where's the cursor?
It's really hard to see on your computer.
Where is it? 3:13:50. 3:13:50. Come on, help me out here. Oh, that's where they announced the attendance records. Come on, Netflix.
You've got this.
Do me a favor. Youth hostling with Chris Eubank.
Yes! That's the sign of the night. Well
that is
done.
It. You are there with all your Jersey Shore stuff. I'm trying to find the timestamp so I can write down youth hostling with Chris Eubank.
Can I just give one last situation story?
Yeah.
It's just one of my favorite things. Me and my sister would watch it. And this was when I was living back home. I had to move back home. Not Not the sort of forward step you want to be taking as a new adult.
No, of course not.
So I'm just watching Jersey Shore with my sister, and my dad is also in the room.
Oh, no.
And Mike, the situation, is trying to order pizza. And he just rings up and like, yeah, can I have a couple of pizzas? And the guy goes, name, the situation. And the pizza delivery guy's like, what? And my dad could not get his head round what was happening. It was a proper like, just culture's gone. Stop it.
That's
But
awesome.
yeah, that's my Jersey Shore story.
Every time you say it, though, I keep thinking of because it's a thing that me and my wife say around the house a lot. When Charlotte Ritchie was on Taskmaster, she had a moment when they were trying to, like, it was in a team task, and they're trying to work out, and she just goes, "What is the situation?"
Yeah.
When they come out of the studio, she's like, "Why did I say that? What a weird thing to say." So my wife and I often say, "What's the situation?" So they announced the attendance. It's 71,617, inflated, of course, but it will bring us.
Oh, were you about to say the main event?
Do you want to talk about the Tough Enough cast?
Yeah! We've got like 18 people to talk about. Don't worry, I'll speed through it. So the reason
There's only
Trish,
one to really name.
the reason Trish is in this match and Booker T was weirdly on commentary earlier,
And Steve Austin was there.
because they are the judges for the brand new series of Tough Enough that starts this week after WrestleMania with Bill DeMott, not with Stone Cold.
Oh, I thought this was the Austin one.
Yeah, Austin is a part of it, but he's not a trainer.
Oh, okay.
I
So
think
he's
he's
just
the
the
host, yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Because is this not the greatest match ever?
It is.
It is that series with the Austin reaction.
So Andy Levine was the winner. So that all the Tough Enough competitors are shown in the crowd.
Yeah.
Andy Levine, he won, and now he just does indie shows, not much. He was the one that got immediately stunned by Stone Cold Steve Austin on winning on Raw and didn't sell it enough. So he was released the next year and nothing ever came of it.
Did you take no notes from John Morrison, the heat that he got?
Well, the thing is, he said in interviews, but I also had to get out of the ring for the next person to come down. So it's an impossible situation.
Yeah. What's the situation?
Then we have Luke Robinson, who was my favourite.
Did you watch this?
Yeah, I watched it, yeah. He was by far the best. He was great on promos. Had the most charisma.
Best name.
But they didn't like him because he was too much of a character. I'm like,
oh, yeah. Well, you don't
I
get over,
know.
do you?
So he works on the independent thing. Then there's Jeremy Riggs, AJ Kirsch, Martin Kausis, Eric Watts.
These all sound like NXT
I
names.
know.
Like made up NXT names.
Michael Zaki, like I know. All of those people, nothing came of them. Christina Crawford was the last FCW Divas champion for some reason, but she was never employed. Ivelisse Velez
is Ivelisse.
Sandbagging. The only ever female member of Aces and Eights.
What an accolade to have. I went straight to the sandbagging, but of course I should have thought of Aces and Eights.
Michelle Dayton, who was on America's Next Top Model. Rima Thacker, who was the winner of Rima Thacker. She won Miss USA in 2010. Matt Kipiachani, he worked for Chikara and Ring of Honor one time. And then, of course, Ariane Andrew, who's shown in the crowd on this.
Former AEWs. Did she have that one swap with them?
She was the one who later became Cameron. She was the most successful person from this lineup.
She's the bomb.com.
She was the first person eliminated.
Isn't that mad?
And she is the one who said, when Stone Cold Steve Austin asked her, what's your favorite match of all time? She said Melina versus Alicia Fox. And yeah, in a year, she'll be with Brodus Clay as a Funkadactyl. She was Naomi's tag team partner. Even when the Funkadactyls were breaking up, WWE was still trying to push Cameron, the person who failed at the first hurdle of their own wrestling competition. as a single star
The
over
person-
Naomi.
The person who live on television tried to pin someone while they were face down and then argued with the referee why he wasn't counting the pin.
Yeah.
On Raw, on live TV did that.
It's live.
Got to
Gotta
push
make
it, got to push
mistakes.
her, I guess. So yeah, that's going to now bring us to the main...
Just one more.
Okay.
Because the Dapper Yapper Justin Roberts announces the attendance of 71,617. It's a venue attendance record. The actual attendance number was 61,670.
Quite some inflation right there. Adding an extra 10,000 on, there's staff, isn't there?
Yeah.
10,000 members of staff working in the arena.
Sorry, now we
That
can
now
go to the
brings
main
us
event.
to our main event. One of the worst WrestleMania main events in history.
I mean, only Sid and Taker, right, is worse.
Sid and Taker is worse.
And at least that's got Sid crapping his pants.
I think you could argue Triple H Roman is in the conversation of worst
but
WrestleMania
Stephanie
mains.
looks great in that.
I mean, we get to talk about two of the worst WrestleMania main events in this series run, so you're welcome. It's John Cena versus The Miz for the WWE Championship. The Miz watches a video of his career and how he got to the WWE Championship, and it's kind of... The idea is supposed to be that the fans didn't see, they all thought he was never going to make it, and he did. In what is a classic example of WWE not understanding audience reactions, which is booing The Miz because he's not a top-level guy being pushed into a top-level position, and WWE reading that as he's a top heel, we should put the title on him.
Yeah. But that screams top guy, doesn't it?
Yeah, and do you know what doesn't help? Is he comes out to these crap balloons that say awesome. This is not... Do you see what Triple H got for his entrance?
Got like 20 dudes with shields.
This is not a WrestleMania main event entrance. He looks so Bush League.
Yeah. They do look like, in terms of making balloon versions of the word awesome in that font. It's a pretty good job.
About as accurate as you could get, I guess.
Yeah. But it is the WrestleMania main event. But
and he comes out with Alex Riley.
Yeah, he does. At least he's got Riley.
I was about to say, he comes out with Alex Riley, who does not help his case.
Do you not like the video package?
I do. I'm just saying, I look at Miz here as WWE champion, and it is... This company does not understand the reactions that Miz was getting.
You're totally right.
And then put him in that position, saw that he was failing in that position, then did nothing to help him overcome the failings that he was going through. So his best feud is with Jerry Lawler. And Jerry Lawler really feels like the training wheel's being put back on so you can understand how to work a match as a top-level heel. And then just has more boring matches. And doesn't succeed as a top-level guy.
Respect the Miz. Great promo on the mic. I don't know if you've ever seen this Talking Smack promo he had with Daniel Bryan.
No, but I did see that one match he had in 2016.
Yeah. But some people are just not main event guys.
No.
And the Miz is not a main event guy. He is an absolutely perfect top of the mid-card heel. Perfect.
Do you know what's a great use of him? What they're doing at the moment. The stuff he's doing with the Final Testament is so, so good. I'm really, really enjoying his work with Karrion Kross.
Yeah.
But he's not WrestleMania main eventer.
No.
He just it's just an unfortunate state of fact. He just isn't. He's not good enough to perform at this top level. And even worse than that, John Cena is not the guy to carry The Miz to a WrestleMania main event match. Do you know who can do it? Shawn Michaels can carry John Cena. Triple H can carry John Cena to a WrestleMania main event match. John Cena cannot carry The Miz in that same position.
No. And also, to speak of mid-card, when I hear The Miz's music, I instantly think IC title.
Yeah.
So when it comes here, I'm like, oh yeah, this is a bit discombobulating. This is the main event of WrestleMania.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like it, man. And then
the cube is low effort, by the way.
oh no, what does the cube got to say about
the cube
him?
just got like this word art M on it. Sorry, gonna have to skip through using the constantly buffering Netflix.
This is small fry in comparison, but that title sucks. That title design is so rubbish.
There it is, the cube. M.
It's a cube within a cube.
Yeah, because it's a cube of M's.
Yeah, it's cubeception.
Cube squared.
And then John Cena gets his own video package narrated by LL Cool J, and you can already hear the crowd booing.
Is it LL Cool J?
I thought it was.
I mean, because I was like, well, this is a thing, and I Googled some of the lyrics, and it came up as DMX's The Prayer 3.
Is it DMX that did it? I thought it was LL Cool J. And the only reason I thought it was LL Cool J is because he does this preacher thing in Deep Blue Sea.
So that's why I think this is just a song. This isn't custom made for Cena.
Yeah,
this is a pre-existing track.
Maybe that's what it is. And I couldn't remember what LL Cool J's name was either, so I actually just googled Deep Blue Sea, and I was like, oh, there he is. It's LL Cool J.
Not for the last time, Lee. Not everything is connected to that excellent movie.
I am going to try and find a connection to Deep Blue Sea in every episode we do of this run.
And Undertaker just wouldn't die. Like Samuel L. Jackson's character in Deep Blue Sea. Oh, no, it's not Samuel L. Jackson. It's Mads Mikkelsen, isn't it? Not
Mads Mikkelsen? What are you talking about?
Isn't it? Who is it?
It's, I know who you mean.
It's Professor
Stellan Skarsgård.
It's Stellan Skarsgård. I knew it was one of the Danish fellas.
And the only way I can always remember Stellan Skarsgård is on the podcast How Did This Get Made? Jason Mantzoukas said that his notes app auto-corrected it to Stellar Skateboard. And there was a period of time when everyone kept trying to correct Stellan Skarsgård's Wikipedia page to say is otherwise known as Stellar Skateboard. But yeah, you can hear the crowd booing as this video is playing. And then he gets this big gospel choir entrance. And I'm sure they're local, but what has this got to do with John Cena?
Well, yeah. It's focusing a lot on how he's a hero for kids. Like the video clips they use, kids watching on in adoration of him. And it really is like, look, adults, men, you've got The Rock. This is me, John Cena. I'm for the kids. And also, I guess, the Lord.
God has sent me here to beat The Miz in the main event of WrestleMania.
I need to save the kids. That's why I'm here, Marty.
It's the kids. You gotta go and save the kids.
But yeah, it's like... So I've got the whole thing. I'm not going to read it. The DMX is The Prayer 3. Don't know what happened to number 1 and 2. They say this is the weakest of the prayers by DMX. I think Sophia Coppola directed this one.
So of the Triple H Undertaker trilogy of matches, which one is this one? The X7 one, I guess.
Yeah. No, this is the Hell in a Cell in terms of chronology.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, quality.
So I'm just trying to... Yeah, so it's like... When I get going, I'm not looking back for nothing, because I will know where I'm headed because I'm so tired of the suffering. I stand before you, a weakened version of your reflection, begging for direction, for my soul needs resurrection. I don't deserve what you've given me, but you never took it from me, because I am grateful and I use it, and I do not worship money. If what you want from me is to bring your children to you, my regret is only having one life to do it instead of 2. And it's very nice. It's very poetically written, but I don't think it in any way encapsulates Cena's character.
It doesn't, because then the gospel choir sings, and the crowd are booing this poor gospel choir, and then John Cena comes out, and I've written in all caps, "God, he sucks." Yeah. He's just got this goofy face, this crap merchandise. I'm like. It took me right back to 2011. And this... how old was I? 2011. I'm trying to do the maths here. I was born in 85. So 26, 25? I'm like 25, 26. And just thinking, man, you're lame. You're so lame.
Do you want to know the moment it hit for me?
Oh, yeah?
So this is... there he is.
Look at him. So lame.
Like the oversized t-shirt, bright red, the jorts. And he's there like, I'm the best.
I'm the Marine.
I'm noble. And I was like, whatever, it's John Cena. This is when it happens. Lame. Look at him run.
I say this a lot on Worst Match Ever whenever we've done John Cena matches. He moves so weird.
I don't understand.
It looks like he's never done it before.
So this is that running thing.
This is what you call running?
Hi, kids. This is running.
It's like an alien.
He's been sent from the Lord. John Cena's whole career is a fish out of water comedy where he's got to help the kids.
Yeah.
But he's also trying to learn what it is to be a human at the same time.
He is Mork from Mork and Mindy. Only not as funny.
JR says, this is Cena's 8th straight WrestleMania main event.
And when people say, I don't know why you don't like John Cena, as a wrestling fan who didn't like John Cena from pretty early doors, to be like, this is the 8th one? That can't be right.
No, we can't. No, as I've said, I must have written that down.
It might be his 8th straight WrestleMania.
Yeah.
But because he didn't main event 21.
Well, he's 2005 is when he wins.
It's 21, so he doesn't main event that. That's in the middle of the show.
But he's in 20.
He's at 20, but that's against the Big Show. That's the opening match.
But even then, that's only 7 years. 04, 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, 010. 2011.
It is 8. But
so it's his 8th straight WrestleMania.
But of main events, I was going to say it's definitely not right because he doesn't main event 26 because that's Taker and Michaels. And it's not 08 because that's Taker and Edge. Or Taker and Batista, maybe. No, it is Taker and Edge, isn't it? He has 2, because he's got the Michaels and Triple H back-to-back, and he's got this one. And is the triple threat with him, Taker and Michaels, maybe?
Yeah, well, whatever it is, it's way too many.
I was sick of seeing it.
Yeah.
Sick of seeing John Cena at this level.
And that's why WWE had to do a whole storyline about bringing The Rock in to say how bad John Cena is.
And then we get to the match itself. To reiterate, this is the second time in about 3 weeks that I've watched this match.
John Cena is not a good wrestler. And he has become somewhat better because the aura of the man has overtaken the performance.
Yeah. The crowd actually like him now, which helps. Because we have kind of gone through the looking glass now, and the kids who liked him then are now adults who like him, and the adults who were in their 20s who didn't like him then now respect the work that Cena did because of the US Open Challenge.
But I don't respect this work, and I'll show you why. I'll show you something.
Well, this is pre-Open Challenge.
Yes.
So my point still stands. We only started liking him when he did the Open Challenge and had good matches with Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens. Again, look at the dance partners he was in the ring with.
Yeah. So, first off, it's headlock. It's punch. It is so basic. And Cena, 2 minutes into this match, this is John Cena, super-powered Cena, 2 minutes into this match, after a couple of punches, he sells like he is dead.
Yeah.
Look at this. In the corner, Miz is going to punch him.
Yeah,
just watch the way he... Because that's what he does to the Miz.
So this is the rest of the match now. It is Miz very boringly working over John Cena so he can then do the comeback and the crowd can boo him doing the comeback. It's so tedious because Miz is not strong enough to do this at this level. And Cena's selling is not good enough to convey the story that they're trying to tell within this match. So it's just the usual Cena goofy selling. And falling down and getting into headlocks and going
yeah,
and it's just not good. And my notes here are like, this is the second time I've seen this match in 2 months. The crowd are so quiet for this main event. Cena starts his comeback. That's pretty much my first note of the match is Cena starts his comeback. So that's halfway through.
Let me show you another fun Cena sell. He is going to miss his patented shoulder tackle and just fall to the ground. And that's it. Ooh. Cena's down.
How quiet this crowd is for a WrestleMania main event.
Because another thing, it's not just that Miz doesn't have this sort of work intensity. He's not threatening.
No.
He's not a real... Here we go. Look at him.
This is why my mind boggles when people tell me it's like Cena's always been a good wrestler. Where is the evidence of that?
So the commentators are trying to get over now. I don't know if they've been told this is the story of the match, or JR is just like,
I'll figure it out.
And they're saying, I think his equilibrium's off. And of course, concussion's a banned word at this point, so they can't say he's concussed. But Cena is working this match as though he has been knocked loopy early by a Miz punch. One of the weakest punches you'll ever see. So that's what he's doing. But then they're telling that. And I think that's what Cena's trying to do. He's doing it badly, but that's what he's trying to do. But then, seconds after this, after JR has said that, he goes into the shoulder tackles. He attempts the 5-knuckle shuffle. Things that a concussed person wouldn't be able to do. Look, we can say loads of things about Randy Orton at this time, but he had some consistency over what he was selling.
Yeah. It's not good. And again, this idea of not helping The Miz feel like a credible champion. You're right as well when you said he's not a threat. The state of The Miz, he just doesn't look like a threatening top heel. He looks like a mid-carder. He has got mid-card stench on him. And he doesn't feel like that, he is the top dude of this company. And what doesn't help that is that John Cena gets a visual pin on him.
Yes.
So they just aren't helping The Miz.
So after this, Riley finally interferes as everyone... Because one of the reasons the crowd's so quiet is because they're just waiting for the Riley interference and The Rock coming out. Yeah. So this whole match is just admin. And Riley finally interferes, pushes Cena into an exposed turnbuckle. Miz hits the skull-crushing finale. Literally, no one pops for the near fall. Nope. It is silent. Then the referee gets taken out by Cena throwing The Miz into him.
Yep.
Which is usually the heel. The heel pushes someone in. Then there's the visible pin from the AA.
Second visible pin of the match.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
And then Alex Riley hits Cena with the briefcase. The ref comes back to life, but it's a slow count, and the Miz kicks out. Cena kicks out of that. The audience do start to get into the near falls now because it's a bit of a cheap shortcut to get people to react. Miz accidentally hits Riley with the briefcase. Cena hits an AA, and that's a near fall. Crowd reacted to that. But then Cena charges at Miz through the barricade outside. And then the Miz is on the barricade near the timekeeper's area. And Cena launches himself at him. And they get double counted out.
Yeah, they hit this deck. And Miz gets concussed. And John Cena, I think, dies.
Am I quite a way off? Got 3 hours 41.
In fairness, there's a lot. Like, this match goes on. It's actually not a long match, but it feels way longer.
So I think have they rolled into the ring? Oh no, where is it?
There you go. That's the 3-point stance.
Okay. So Miz has been pushed off that. Like, he's been put into the timekeeper's area. And now he breaks the count because he's going to run at the Miz, who's going to be sitting on this other barricade, which is adjacent to the crowd. And Cena's going to launch himself at him. Look. Oh! The Miz's head just cracks against the side.
But also, in fairness, say Cena's face when he lands.
Cena doesn't fully clear the barricade. They both go down. But I don't know. Well, obviously, you could say Cena in kayfabe got hurt there as well. But it doesn't make him look good.
No.
To me, this is a fair double count out.
Yeah. And the referee counts 1, 2, all the way through, gets to 10. Neither of them move. They show Miz in all of this, and he is not there. He is glazed over as he's trying to work out where he is. He has said in interviews he has no memory. Like, he remembers up until this point and then has no memory of anything else that happens after this. And The Rock, like, so they get counted out. They announce this match has ended in a draw. The winner is, still WWE champion, is The Miz. And the crowd booed because that's a terrible finish.
It's the Raw general manager. Oh, no, that's a bit later.
But they know that The Rock's still to come out. And to defend The Miz somewhat in this, part of the problem that The Miz has for this main event is he is not the focus of this. The build for WrestleMania is not Cena versus Miz. It's Cena versus Rock. But Rock's not in this match. The Miz is.
Yeah.
So The Miz is third wheel in his own feud while he's the champion.
This should happen at the previous pay-per-view.
Yes.
To get the belt off of Miz onto Cena, and then WrestleMania is Rock versus Cena.
So The Rock comes out, and then the Raw GM kicks in, and JR gets up to read it, even though he doesn't like that email stuff. And The Rock stops him, and the Raw general manager's email starts with, "I think." And The Rock says, "It doesn't matter what you think. This match isn't over." He then has a really good promo where it's sort of like, these people deserve a true main event. He says the match is going to restart. And man, like, Cena's just dragging Miz and throwing him into the ring. Immediately, it's a rock bottom by The Rock to John Cena. It's now no DQ, so it's fine. Miz crawls into the cover. He only wins because of The Rock's assistance, not a top guy. And that's it. And then poor Miz has to do a sequence of moves with The Rock. Concussed Miz has to start doing work with The Rock. So The Rock starts punching him. And I was like, leave him alone. He's concussed. Spine buster, people's elbow. The final shot of this is all about The Rock laying out the WWE champion. Guess who's main eventing the next pay-per-view? Because it's not The Rock, it's poor bloody Miz.
Yeah, that spine buster setup for the people's elbow, probably not good for the old concussion, particularly because it would have been the back of the head that he knocked his head on when he fell off the barricade. Yeah, it's... So what WrestleMania 27, 28, and 29 are really a continuous story.
Yes.
Which you can do if you're a Marvel movie. Because you can tell the story, like, one release one year, one release next year, one release their films. The problem is, Marvel doesn't have... Well, they shouldn't have. This is pre-Disney. Pre-Disney streaming service. They don't have weekly TV.
Yeah.
So this is a great cliffhanger if the next pay-per-view is WrestleMania 28.
Yeah. It's... If all your pay-per-views were Captain America, Iron Man, and all of these guys, but then they leave and your weekly TV is always Miss Marvel and this, that, and the other.
It's the Eternals.
It's the Eternals, right? Like, every week is the Eternals. And then you get...
God, you just... I didn't think there was anything worse than WWE at this time. But that's worse.
Yeah. Remember that podcast, The Worst Idea Ever, where two guys got together to watch Daddy's Home 2 every week for 52 weeks. They watched it every week, once a week, for an entire year. And then they did it again with Sex and the City 2. I think doing that with the Eternals would be interminable.
I'd happily do it with Madam Web, though. Give me Madam Web. Mordam Web.
Dave Meltzer would say of the match, the crowd didn't really react to the finish as they were confused. They were happy Cena lost. They were happy Rock got back at Cena, but it was such a heel move that they didn't cheer either. Miz was celebrating in the ring. Rock started punching him around, gave him a spine burst and a people's elbow to end the show. Star and a quarter.
We always talk about the measure of a good angle or match is when people come out looking better than when they went in.
Yeah.
Everyone looks worse after this.
Brian Alvarez would say, so yeah, this match sucked. Didn't help that nothing was going to be able to follow Triple H versus Taker, but Jesus, Cena was awful. He looked like he was still in OVW. Miz, in terms of in-ring, hit a plateau about a year ago and also isn't getting better. Plus, It's the usual story. They want him to get over, but don't give him anything except in-ring. They want him to get over, but give him everything except in-ring credibility, which he so desperately needs. They had an awful match and ended up outside the ring. Cena gave him a clothesline over the dashboards, and Miz smashed his head onto the cement, perhaps giving himself a concussion. Guys need to tuck their heads. They both laid there, and the ref counted them out. It was god-awful. Half a star for the WrestleMania main event. But the day after, WWE did something they have never done and really haven't done since either, which is Cena's in the ring for a promo, The Rock comes out, and they announce the main event of WrestleMania 28 is going to be The Rock versus John Cena, announcing the match a year ahead of time.
And it both, for me at the time, makes me utterly depressed. Like, oh, what? So that's the main event of next year. I hate John Cena. I like The Rock. Maybe The Rock will be around more often, but that, to me, that just means, well, no change. We're not going to be building any of these new guys properly. But then at the same time, it does wash out the bad taste of this ending, because it's like, well, Miz, it almost doesn't matter. That was a setup angle to next year's WrestleMania.
Yeah. And that's fine to do on the Raw after Mania. And I think it's a bold move. And Meltzer writes in The Observer, there was a lot of backstage maneuvering and second-guessing in creative even before Raw went on the air over the direction of the angle. But there was a unique dynamic in the crowd, and the Hulk Hogan versus Rock moment and crowd reaction they were hoping for didn't come close to happening.
Oh, not even, yeah. Nowhere near that level.
Because it's not Rock and Hogan. It's Rock and Cena. And Cena's not on Hogan's level. He's not on Rock's level either.
That's not what WWE tell me.
He's the greatest of all time. So yeah, there it is. That's WrestleMania 27. I think Meltzer had it bang on the banana when he wrote his review. Without that Triple H Taker match.
Oh, God.
It is, because that saves this show. This is a bad WrestleMania. But man, it's got a great Taker great Taker Triple H match in it.
Bit WrestleMania 13 in that way. If we mentioned Sid Taker earlier, but that has one of the best matches ever with Brett and Stone Cold.
It's an awful show otherwise.
But it's an otherwise awful show. And the good matches on here, so Punk Orton. Punk Orton's my second favourite. I like the Mysterio Cody match, but really, that could be on any B-level show and be just a fine match. Del Rio Edge was also of that same level, I feel. It's like the second main event on a B show. But it's more crushing because of Del Rio winning the Rumble, it being the opener, Edge retiring very shortly after, the weird car angle. It's a horrid show, this.
Yeah.
It's a terrible show.
And for me, it is a show that's not very good. It's a bad WrestleMania. It's a bad pay-per-view. And it's a sign of things to come. Because this is what WrestleMania becomes for the next few years. It becomes about the part-timers and no one getting over. And it is a problem that they are going to have until 2022.
Yeah.
And it is until 2022 when they actually start to get the wheels back together and get the car going. Because this is a bad stretch of time for WWE, who are coming off a bad stretch of time.
But the next chapter in our Cena Rock arc,
we are going to see how not over this roster is when we get to the next episode, which you can go and watch right now over at patreon.com/WrestleTalk if you sign up there, because we are reviewing Survivor Series 2011. Because they've announced WrestleMania 28, they've announced that we're going to be doing Rock and Cena for WrestleMania, but there is a little road bump along the way.
How will they coexist?
How?
And what evil force must they come together to coexist against?
They are going to have to somehow put aside their differences as Black Adam and Peacemaker take on the formidable Awesome Truth.
And just in case you're not aware, this isn't the Awesome Truth comedy act of recent times. This is when WWE seriously tried to make them threatening bad boys.
They ruined Hell in a Cell. They beat Triple H and CM Punk as a tag team.
And this guy right here drank it all up. Oh, yeah, maybe The Miz is pretty cool. Oh, yeah, R-Truth is really scary.
No,
yeah,
you
yeah.
didn't.
At the time.
No.
Maybe this is good. I like The Rock. I don't like John Cena, but hey, they're doing something with The Miz and R-Truth that's more fitting of them.
Well, that you can go and watch that review right now because we haven't recorded it yet, so we're going to be recording that next week. But you can go and watch it right now over at patreon.com/WrestleTalk. But there you go. That's WrestleMania 27.
And on the Wrestle Talk channel, our next episode on YouTube will be the WrestleMania 28. That's first in a lifetime. But for now, I've been Ollie Davis. It's been Luke Owen, DAD. Go over to patreon.com/WrestleTalk for more of us right now. Jam that jam.
Jam that jam.